one that's listed as co-host under the name admin.
Super.
And I'll be right there.
All righty.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. Good morning, Joan. Can you hear me okay? Oh, let me unmute you.
Thank you.
All right. Your audio sounds good from our end.
You can hear me fine. Good.
Yep, we hear you perfectly. Do you want to do a camera check?
Yes. Somebody just said they can see me on Zoom.
Yeah, the camera may activate automatically when you enter the meeting, but if you just press the start video button.
Hang on. I am not seeing my start video button. Where did that go?
Sometimes you have to hover the mouse and usually it's the bottom left. If for some reason the Zoom session has been minimized, you can look for it on your taskbar at the bottom. It would be a blue icon with a white camera inside.
All right.
If your Zoom session has been minimized, sometimes it'll look like a little black box.
Here we go. I got it. There you go. Okay, so here I am.
All right, looks great. Nice background.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing that you'll have to do to present, as long as you have PowerPoint open, and then you'll just go to your Zoom session, and do you see a green button in the bottom middle of your screen that says share screen?
Yeah, I started my, it's interesting, when I start my PowerPoint, I lose ability to see the share screen. So that's okay. All right. So now which screen? All right. So
yeah, and if you happen to be in presentation mode already, where your presentation is taking up the whole screen, a keystroke that you can use is holding in the Alt button near your space bar and then tapping Tab will rotate through your open applications. And it's an easy way to rotate between a full screen presentation and your Zoom controls. So you're holding an Alt next to your space bar and tapping Tab.
Well, let me share my primary screen and see what happens. And I'll start my presentation.
Okay, we see that.
So what do you see?
So right now we see your Zoom web screen.
There we go. You should see the Union City Station District.
No, I don't see that. So I think you'll have to stop sharing your primary screen.
Okay. What screen? Okay, you've seen it. I'm not sure.
You're looking for a tile. When you hit share screen, you'll be presented with a bunch of tiles that you can select from. You're looking for the one that is PowerPoint. Select that one and then hit share.
Okay, here's my PowerPoint slide. Let's see.
Perfect. Now this looks terrific. So I see full screen, and then you should now have control by hitting your arrow keys on your keyboard to advance your own slides. There you go. And it looks fantastic.
Yeah, what I'm concerned about is being able to replicate this when it's time. But
yeah, so go ahead and hit the stop share button.
Got it.
There you go. And then you can try it one more time.
All right.
Hey,
So
President Foley,
hello, President Foley.
Director Rayburn.
Good morning, and you can call me Mark.
Okay. You see it?
Yeah, I think it's going to work terrific.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can go ahead and feel free to mute your video and microphone until it's time to go, and I'll do the same.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Sound check.
You sound good?
Great.
Thank
How are
you.
you this morning, Mark?
Good. How are you, Robert?
Excellent.
How was your Thanksgiving?
Very fulfilling.
Oh, good.
We served over 1,000 meals in the Diamond, and
Oh, my word. That's wonderful.
no, it was a big production, and we had the Oakland Police Academy, about 60 recruits helping us out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They would move tables, do all the heavy lifting. We
Right.
had a huge canopy at a local market set up, and people were lined up around the block.
Wow, that's wonderful.
No, and I saw a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time. So it was all
That's
good.
great. Wonderful. Well, hopefully you had some. It just kept it small. We were just trying to stay low key with family, so that was the event. But you end up with two. You usually end up with multiples in our family. So we had one on Thursday and then one on Saturday. So we had double Thanksgiving,
Uh-huh.
but all good.
Yeah. Well, I had a second helping that I paid for the next morning, Friday morning. So it was a challenge. Good morning,
Exactly.
Jackie.
There's no phone in here?
I don't think I have a phone.
Okay. Can you turn your camera off on this one? Or your
Yeah,
mute?
Yeah, just
Okay, hold on. Your mute. You're wondering what I'm doing. I'm playing musical office.
Director Rayburn's in the
Auto room.
the other side. All right. All
And
good.
There's no phone in there, so
Oh, okay.
I took my cell phone so Robbie could talk to him.
Oh, well, it's a Thursday.
So we're all set. All the presentations are set. You saw Union City is set. And there's two directors on.
I see.
Should be good.
And you saw the notes from yesterday. Obviously, we'll table the Inspector General's report until January, likely. So,
Sometime.
all right, sounds good. All right, well.
And I haven't started recording on
Okay.
purpose.
All right.
You look fine, Director Rayburn.
Mic check from the boardroom.
You sound, try it again because you sound a little muffled. Try your mic check again.
Mic check from the boardroom. Mic check from the boardroom.
Okay, you sound clear. There was just a lot of background noise.
Good morning, Madam District Secretary. Thank you for connecting me this morning.
Good morning. How are you?
That green looks fantastic.
Thank you. Holiday season.
Yeah, that's why I've got purple on.
Good morning, Director Saltzman. Your camera is perfect.
Morning. It's my laptop, so I always kind of have to re-aim it because it doesn't just stay in one place.
Morning. I always have to fix my hair when I'm on my, I'm like, what's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, can you all hear and see me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Rebecca, I was wondering if you'd be coming to DC this week.
No, I was planning to attend virtually, but they canceled that. So
The virtual session. Yeah.
yeah, just yesterday.
Oh, for real? That sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm not ready to get on a plane yet.
No, totally get that.
But have fun.
Yeah, it's been good. I just met with, I'll tell this update later. Just met with Senator Padilla in person at
nice.
like the Senate building.
Yay.
They're like very, very slowly having in real life meetings again.
Great.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Secretary, you think we are ready to go? Looks like we've got at least a quorum.
We do have a quorum.
All right. Well, it is 9 a.m. So recording is started, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of December 2nd, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-1521, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. This meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on that item is announced. When it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Again, *9 to virtually raise your hand, *6 to unmute yourself. And comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board, and they'll be included as part of the permanent record for this meeting. So with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Saltzman.
Here.
Director Simon.
Here.
Director Allen. Director Ames.
Here.
Director Defty.
Here.
Director Lee.
Here.
Director McPartland.
Here.
Director Rayburn.
Here.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's turn to item B, our Pledge of Allegiance. Director McPartland, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I'd be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
To the flag
of
of the United States of America,
to the
and to
republic
the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. All right, well, let's turn to item 1C, the introduction of special guests on today's agenda. And I'm pleased to announce we have a couple of special guests with us from the city of Union City. Joining us this morning are the Honorable Carol Dutra-Vernassi, who is the mayor of Union City, and Miss Joan Malloy, the city manager. Welcome to both of you. It's a pleasure to have you with us this morning. And as folks know, BART has a long and proud history of working cooperatively with the city of Union City. And the mayor and Miss Malloy are here to provide us with an informational presentation on those collaborative efforts to modernize the Union City BART station. Also, they'll be highlighting the creation of the transit-oriented development and new infrastructure around the station. So just a reminder to my board colleagues, this presentation is an update under special guests. It's not an agendized board item. So our discussion should be very much limited to comments and questions. We don't want to get into any sort of back and forth dialogue. So let me turn it over to Madam Mayor, and I will allow you and Ms. Malloy to begin your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is Joan Malloy with the City of Union City, City Manager. I'm just checking to make sure everyone can see my screen.
Looks great.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, President Foley and BART Board of Directors. It's our pleasure to be here. As I noted, I'm the City Manager in Union City. I also want to acknowledge who is with us is our Mayor and MTC Commissioner, Carol Dutro Bernacci.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Union City's been partnering with BART on land use, design, and transportation plans for over 20 years. We've reached many milestones together, and on behalf of the city, I wanted to take a few minutes to share with you our progress and the future vision, and thank you for your participation with us on this journey. Just for your information, Union City's in southern Alameda County between Hayward and Fremont. Half of the city is in the hillsides, which requires Union City to focus its development and redevelopment opportunities of growth in the flatlands, and more specifically in the greater Station District area around BART. Union City's been working with BART for over 20 years, as I've noted, and here's a list of milestones that we have accomplished together. In addition to these partnerships, Union City's completed many planning and infrastructure projects to prepare land around BART for private development. Within a half a mile of BART, over 1,000 units of housing have been built, and 255 of those units are affordable. In addition, 1,400 units have also been entitled, and many more units are planned. At the bottom of this list, you see the upcoming infrastructure projects that are needed to realize the intensive development around the BART station and complete the intermodal station as envisioned, with bus, BART, and rail connecting together. A quick snapshot of where we started: the original one-sided BART station surrounded by parking lots and contaminated industrial lands. It was a landlocked station with limited pedestrian access. In 2002, the city embarked on another intensive planning effort with BART, and that resulted in what became the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive station plan. And that grew into the Union City Station District Priority Development Area. I'm going to take a few minutes just to walk with you through this plan. BART is located in the middle of the plan. It's always been envisioned as the anchor of the district. Access and circulation is provided to the station district by Mission Boulevard at the top of the screen, Dakota Road, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, and Alvarado Niles Road at the bottom of the screen. The planned Quarry Lakes Parkways, shown on the right-hand side, will complete the backbone infrastructure and circulation that is necessary to accommodate the intensive development and redevelopment in this area. The red shows 1,500 residential units where families now live. I noted that there were 255 affordable units built in this more recent years. 223 of those affordable apartments are within a quarter mile of the station. The purple and green areas show the location of the entitled and planned 1,700 residential units that we expect to be built in the next several years. And the blue area shows the planned 4.7 million square feet of employment centers. The green spine in the center of this plan is the pedestrian walkway that will link BART to the planned developments to the east, which are at the top of the screen, which I just described, and to the west, which is our commercial center at the corner of Alvarado Niles Road and Dakota Road. This is just a quick snapshot of the station in about 2002, before the BART station site was remodeled. And then on the right-hand side is today, where you see the industrial sites have been cleaned up and new development has taken place. This is what we have today at the top left. We have the upgraded BART station that bring buses to the front door. The pedestrian promenade in the upper left-hand corner is the beginning of that spine that will cross the entire station district. The bottom right is 157 units of affordable housing, and the bottom left is a vision of future development that will complete the build-out. This is an illustration of the station center, the core of the station district, of existing 11th Street. And most of this in this illustration has been built or is under construction. 11th Street as a tree-lined corridor flanked by existing housing, multifamily housing. The existing East Plaza in the center of the slide and the existing East Plaza green are the forecourt to the east entrance to BART. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you see the east entrance to BART that is under construction. There are more development opportunities to come, which is shown by the office building. I now want to talk to you about other development sites in the Greater Station District area. We just finished talking about the core of the Station District, and now we're going to shift to the Station East, which is shown in teal, and that'll be followed up by the Gateway site, which is that light purple color at the bottom of the screen. Station East is about 80 acres in area, and it is reserved for both housing and jobs. This past June, the city entitled 974 housing units on approximately 25 acres in that area of Station East. It includes mixed-use commercial, apartments, ownership housing, and an additional 146 units of affordable housing. This development fronts onto Dakota Road, which reinforces this corridor as a high-density, mixed-use transit corridor. Looking next at the Gateway site, which is frequently referred to as the Caltrans property. And again, that's the light purple at the bottom of the screen. In June of 21, just last June, the California Transportation Commission conveyed to Union City the excess Caltrans property that was once reserved for Route 84 and future housing. Proceeds from the sale of this land, with the appraised value of $86 million, will go to fund other transportation projects in southern Alameda County. Caltrans property, which I've already noted, will accommodate additional housing. And this has been in our housing element for since 1990. So we're very excited to see it finally coming to fruition. The city's made significant investments in the Station District through reconstructing the BART station to expand platforms, improve the vertical circulation, building streets, bike paths, and sidewalks to improve access, and also constructing utilities to accommodate the development in the area. We're now continuing to build the backbone infrastructure to ensure that the Station District can be successful, thriving new neighborhoods. This includes the pedestrian link to Station East, which I have mentioned previously, but just to remind you, that is underway and will be a connection across the Niles Subdivision Railroad tracks to link jobs and housing to BART. It is also the east entrance to BART, which will allow direct access to the station, a passenger rail connection on the Oakland subdivision immediately adjacent to BART, and Quarry Lakes Parkway, which parallels Dakota Road. It's important to recognize that Dakota Road is a high injury network roadway, meaning that there are a lot of accidents and conflicts because of the intensive use by vehicles, buses, pedestrians, and bicyclists. It also has 2 at-grade railroad crossings, which create significant conflicts, especially when the railroad arms get stuck in the down position. And this is actually not uncommon. When this happens, it essentially stops east-west circulation on this side of the city. Quarry Lakes Parkway, which is fully grade separated, is necessary for public safety and to support Dakota Road if it's ever to become a priority transit corridor. This is a rendering of the east entrance to BART. Construction has begun, and we look forward to inviting you to a ribbon cutting in 2022. I've mentioned the rail connection. The city environmentally cleared a passenger rail connection to BART, and we're now working with MTC and ACE to make this vision a reality. It's a critical link to Central Valley housing and Bay Area jobs. It also supports TOD goals, and it's the first step for Dumbarton Rail, or the Dumbarton Corridor, to be a high-intensity transit system across the bay to Redwood City. Lastly, I just want to mention Quarry Lakes Parkway. We are in the design phase for both phase 1 and 2. This portion of the roadway is necessary to support access to new neighborhoods. It's a multimodal roadway accommodating bus, bikes, and pedestrians. Phases 3 and 4 are on the horizon. This is the part of the corridor that goes under BART and UP tracks and the ACE tracks to provide safe crossing for bikes, peds, and a public safety route for police and fire. Our development and plans complement many of the major infrastructure projects in Plan Bay Area 2050, including AC Transit's Dumbarton Forward project, which relies on Dakota Road, East 14th Mission Fremont Multimodal, again, relying on Dakota Road, the Cross Bay Dumbarton Corridor, which will look to Dakota Road and the Quarry Lakes Parkway right away to make those high capacity public transit connections between Redwood City and Union City BART. And of course, we've mentioned the Dakota Road Multimodal Corridor, which is in Fremont and Quarry Lakes Parkway. In closing, I would just like to impart that Union City is committed to integrating land use and transportation, and we have a history of getting this done, and we very much appreciate our partnership with BART that has made this so successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Malloy. We appreciate the educational update. I'll turn to my colleagues and ask, are there any questions or comments?
I guess I can start. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Director Ames and then Vice President Salt.
Sorry. Thank you. I mean, I would like to go to slide 5 if you don't mind, Joan. And thank you, Union City, for doing all of this work to really create a transit-oriented development. And this is in my town. I live in Union City. I grew up in this area. And I was a planning commissioner 30 years ago, if you can imagine. And we talked about creating a downtown. And here it is. I just want to express concern about Quarry Lakes Parkway, because you can see that that parkway is outside of the TOD. And I would ask the city, and the BART directors, does this protect TOD, or does it hurt transit-oriented development? And the reason I'm saying that is this is a $200 million 2-mile roadway between, you can see Mission Boulevard, and it goes over to Alameda Creek, Old Alameda Creek there. It's about 2 miles. And FEMA has designated this site where the gateway site in Teal, FEMA has designated this site as a natural hazard zone subject to high liquefaction. So essentially, FEMA recommends, and this is per the 2050 Plan B area, they recommend not to build high intensity infrastructure improvements on a FEMA natural hazard site. And they also recommend not to build high density housing or medium density housing on sites like this, because essentially it's like building a road where there's a potential landslide. In this case, there's a potential for liquefaction, which would be sinking, the ground would sink in a violent earthquake. And the Hayward Fault is just slightly to the east of Mission Boulevard. It's very close. So California, known for earthquakes and fires and catastrophes, FEMA wants development not on sites like this. So that's a problem, that Quarry Lakes Parkway is being developed in a site that's hazardous. And I would say, what's the opportunity, the lost opportunity, if we're investing $200 million in this roadway, and we could be investing $200 million in the center of the station. So just to direct your attention to the intermodal station where BART is, and that little star there, the at-grade pedestrian crossing. This is the future crossing that the BART directors unanimously approved in 2019. We actually provided the opportunity to develop the east side of the station, which is amazing. This is so exciting. I want to see more of this. So I had talked with Union City 2 months ago about this, and I am disappointed not to hear that Capitol Corridor could stop there along with ACE and not see the design of the spine that so so I'm not seeing the design of the spine. I'm not seeing any design of Dakota Road, which really deserves a lot of attention because that essentially that road goes through the TOD. As you can see, Dakota Road goes through that half-mile, 10-mile, 10-minute walk to the station. So I don't see bike improvements on Dakota Road and investment there. I don't see the spine improvements. And I've asked Union City to provide a financial accounting of the $75 million transportation expenditure plan that would support the spine and support the rail stop. Instead, we're seeing a road outside of the TOD. And I would argue that it's hurting this transportation-oriented development.
Director Ames?
Questions. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just asking if you could wrap up. I know we're supposed to try
Well,
to keep
maybe I can wrap up at the end because I'd like to hear the other director comments because I really want to I really want the directors to be in the same place that I'm at of how we can create a TOD center without building an expressway. So I'd like to hear from the directors and then I just have some closing questions.
All right. Well, we'll see how appropriate that is. So let's actually turn. Yes,
Mr. President, I guess I do want to just raise that we are using a mechanism where I am very grateful for this presentation. It is very incredibly impressive to me coming from San Francisco to see this direction and vision, but I don't think that this is the appropriate calendaring of an item to get into detailed questions. And so if that's necessary, I would think that we should come back and have a conversation about it. I want to welcome, the officials that have come here from Union City, but I think this is a light touch. Not that the project itself is not of significance, but it's an opportunity not to have to wait for an entire, board agenda to get to something. But I don't think this is the appropriate time in our schedule to go into a detailed set of negotiations about a project. I think this is a high level view, and I'd like to ask respectfully that we keep it at that and then consider if these officials who I have great respect for want to come back or the director wants to calendar something, I think we take it from there.
I wholeheartedly agree. And in fact, before we turn to the remainder of director comments, I do see that there is a public commenter who has raised their hand, a few. Madam Secretary, if you could handle any public comment, that would be appreciated.
Flavio, you may address the board.
Yes, hello. My name is Flavio Pöllmann. I'm a resident of that area. And I want to say, I like the high density housing and the mixed use. I think the city's doing a good job there. I do agree with Director Ames, though, that on the transportation side, it's very weak. I'm very disappointed to see the transportation element of this TOD and especially the Quarry Lakes Parkway. One thing I want to point out is that right to the east of the entrance to the BART station is 11th Street, which all the residents from the TOD will have to cross to get to the BART station. Right now, 11th Street is a very calm road, but once the Quarry Lakes Parkway gets built, it will be the cross connector between Quarry Lakes Parkway and Dakota. And the traffic projection said there will be 2,000 cars per hour going along that road right between all the residences and the BART station. I'm also disappointed with $75 million available for the intermodal station that the crossing is at grade because when a freight train goes by, people will not be able to access the BART station. They will miss their train. I'm wondering whether it wasn't grade separated because the money was being saved for the Quarry Lakes Parkway. Some of the roads that are in the right of way of the Quarry Lakes Parkway today, they are slow two-lane roads that are easy to navigate for pedestrians and bicycles. I'm referring to Isherwood Road, which is on the Fremont side, which was upgraded with buffered bike lanes. There's Quarry Lakes Drive, which has a trail next to it. There is already a trail in the right-of-way of the Quarry Lakes Parkway. And then Osprey Road also is very calm, easy to navigate, low stress for pedestrians. And I think it's very counterproductive that the city wants to run a large 4-lane parkway through that area. It will make things worse. I think the pictures that were shown are quite misleading because they show families strolling along that 4-lane parkway with no cars on the 4 lanes, but lots of families strolling along it. It reminds me of Paseo Padre Parkway in our area, and people are not using that sidewalk because when you are next to a 4-lane road with fast moving cars, it's incredibly loud, it's scary. So I just want people to think about what this parkway really will look like and what it will do to the area. And lastly, I just want to say that Decoto Road is the street that needs the grade separation. On the peninsula was Caltrain electrification. You see all the cities up and down the peninsula implementing grade separations on their existing roads. And that's an example that it can be done. And I'm disappointed Union City is not looking at a grade separation on Decoto. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Madam Secretary.
Mandeep Gill, you may address the board.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm Mandeep Gill, a resident of Union City, and I also serve on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And I definitely applaud Director, City Manager Malloy and Mayor Carroll for the transit-oriented development part. But I have to support a lot of the comments that Director Ames said and Flavio just now. There are a lot of people who are very concerned about the big footprint of the Quarry Lakes Parkway. So for example, that we would like a grade separation for the pedestrians on the east side. We would like more bike infrastructure on Dakota. We'd like bus rapid transit on Dakota. We could do that very much more quickly. We don't need a highway that's basically going to, a lot of it would allow people from Livermore to commute straight through Union City, a tiny little town, and much more through Niles Canyon and all that right to Palo Alto, especially as people are working more from home. So the QLP used to be known as the East-West Connector, was envisioned before people were doing a lot of that. It also will create induced demand, which is something people don't see. When we build a highway, eventually people fill it. So we really, I know you folks are all BART directors, and I really support also Director Duffy saying that this really needs to come up in a big, in a dedicated session. There are a lot of people concerned, a lot of people who are very expert on transportation who want more than a nice presentation. I think that's all I'll say right now. Thanks so much for having this today.
Thank you for your comments, Madam Secretary.
Roland, you may address the board.
Thank you, directors. Couple of quick points for your attention. First of all, I'm not seeing closed captioning, so I'd appreciate if somebody could enable it. The other issue I had connecting to the meeting is that your Legistar system appears to be down right now. It's unresponsive. But very briefly, I have a couple of comments which relate to the tree rail systems in the general area. Prior to Capitol Corridor starting to look at the South Bay Connect project, which by the way I strongly approve, there was only one place where you could transfer between BART, Capitol Corridor and ACE, and that was at the Shin location, not Union City. But now that Capitol Corridor is moving to a different subdivision, I really honestly do not have an answer. So in wrapping up, I think before we go around doing any more investments in general area, we really got to start having another conversation about these tree rail systems, how they interact with each other, how passengers are going to be able to transfer. And then once we come up with a solution, and a cost estimate of what's going to take in terms of infrastructure, we'll be able to move it forward. But I'm going to be honest, is that right now, as I see it, I don't think that Union City is the correct location for this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, is that it for public comment?
At this time, yes.
Thank you.
And
All
as
right.
a follow-up to Mr. LeBron, the media team has informed us that Granicus is down and that they are using YouTube as a backup.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, let me turn to some colleagues that have their hands raised. I have Vice President Saltzman, Directors Rayburn, Lee, and Simon. And again, if I could just remind folks, let's be very brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mayor Dutra-Vernacci and City Manager Malloy for coming and presenting to us today, and just for your leadership. I mean, if we could have every BART station, every city that has a BART station do what you're doing, we'd be in such a much better place, and our, future horizon for ridership would be looking so much better. So I think you are leaders. I'd love to get you guys on a road show to every city to show how successful you're being. But just thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I will be sharing this with some of the cities that I represent on the BART board. But just bringing so many people, bringing so many jobs, bringing affordable housing units, doing it in a way where people are close enough that they can walk or bike to BART, and knowing the importance of the entrance on the other side. It's clearly taken some time. Makes me a little nervous thinking about some other stations we're starting planning on now, that we might be 20 years out from something like this, but it's great you got started early. I did have a question I don't expect you to answer today, but just something I'm hoping to plant a seed. We get a lot of questions as we're planning new TOD at our stations about how many people are going to actually ride BART. And there is some data out there, but something that I think you could do, or maybe we could partner with you on as this TOD gets built out, is some surveying of the people who live there to find out how many people are taking BART or buses or, biking, walking. That would be so huge. And hopefully our staff could partner with you on that to make that happen. Because I think with so many new buildings, clearly people wanting to live near BART, it would give us some really useful data. So hopefully we can work on that. And then just to my colleagues on the Quarry Lakes Parkway issue, I'm not going to get into it, but I do want to mention that this is something that is being funded through the Alameda County Transportation Commission. We've had many conversations about it there, and we haven't committed to all the funding in the future, so there will be further conversations. I'm our representative there, so if folks have thoughts and want to talk about it more, there will be future decision points. And that is, besides the city, that is one of the decision-making bodies that we do have a seat on. So happy to talk to folks offline about that.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley, and thank you very much, Mayor Dutra-Vernacci and Joe Malloy, for coming and visiting us and sharing this important presentation. I'll keep my comments focused on the transit-oriented development, which is very exciting. It's much, much needed. And I want to underline how much it's needed because, of course, as you know, the recent census results show that Union City had only a 1% population growth rate, whereas the entire Bay Area is somewhere over 11%. And so we definitely need to use your development as a catalyst for further growth in the surrounding area and to try to maximize the density within the project zone, within that half-mile radius. As well, I think the future is very bright for Union City. You're going to be, you're already have 3 additional stations to the south, and within the decade, you will have 4 more, putting Union City right in the middle between the East Bay and Santa Clara Valley. Thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, President Foley. I'll also keep my comments short here. I'm just echoing Director Dufty, Vice President Salzman, Director Rayburn's comments, just to deeply, deeply thank you for being here. I really appreciate the engagement and that, Union State has been so forward to reach out to us and want to make time to present to the BART board. I am someone who only represents one city and only one portion of a city and one county on the BART board. So, I know that we cover many jurisdictions across our 50 stations. It's really important that we have this opportunity to really build partnerships with all those local jurisdictions, and to have you all be here today means a lot. I will note that Union City is in our 10-year prioritization list for AB 2923 implementation. We also know that there are more and more dollars coming in that ties housing funding to transportation improvements both at the state and federal level. So, I really see these partnerships as more important than ever. So, these projects are really mutually beneficial. It's great to hear the TOD that's happening in Union City. Would echo what Director Dufty has stated. I would love to do a deeper dive of this in the future, whether, specifically on Union City, or maybe perhaps BART staff can present more broadly around station access. I know that we have a very bold and very expansive station access program. It'd be maybe great to highlight a few key active projects where this is relevant, including Union City. So just again, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Director Simon.
Mayor, and also Joan, I want to thank both of you for your amazing leadership on the MTC1 and for being a real friend to BART. As a youngster, as a high school student, I spent probably twice a week going to the BART station and walking to Logan High School. I was trained by the amazing Tommy Lindsay, who is, as you all know, well, if you don't know, is a national hero in working with young people of color around speech and debate and leadership. And I know that BART station, and I know how many young people and families rely on that BART station, and seeing what you're dreaming up, that families actually are going to have real access to transit. It's close to the high school. It's a beautiful plan. And just to see this level of leadership, mayoral leadership coming to the BART board, I just can't thank you enough, and just deep respect for the vision. And I just can't wait to continue to get updates on what's happening. And the beautiful, beautiful city led by amazing women. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Simon. Let me wrap up by just simply saying I want to add my voice to the choir. Thank you for providing this exciting update. The vision that you have for Union City is incredible. This is the kind of thing every community should strive for. And so I truly appreciate your partnering with us and bringing this to our attention to show us exactly what you're going to be doing. I just really appreciate your being with us today. Madam Mayor, thank you. Ms. Malloy, thank you very much. And I certainly think that there are opportunities for us to continue to partner together. And I think, offline is probably the best place to take this right now so that we're not in violation of the Brown Act. So with that, I want to thank you for your coming to the BART meeting today very much. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you. Well, that was wonderful. Yes.
May I request to be acknowledged to introduce another special guest?
Yes, indeed. Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, President Foley. It's really my pleasure to introduce Dana Lang, a professional who many of you have known in the transportation field for over 20 years. She's my appointee to the BART Police Citizen Review Board. Her professional credentials are superlative. She started over 20 years ago at the MTC. She's worked with the San Francisco MTA and in particular, coordinated federal grants with people in the FTA. In particular, I note Leslie Rogers signed off that he's in her camp. She's also worked for the San Francisco Police Department and as a grants manager. And most recently, she's worked in the small business program at San Francisco Airport, where I've known her. But it's really her community engagement and service, the compassion that she brings to the community. Many of you know that Dana Lang has served as the president of COMTO, and they have done just important work in bringing young adults into the transportation fold through their scholarship program. Dana is also serving on the UC Berkeley African American Alumni Initiative. And, you know, it's her compassion that really has impressed me through COMTO over the years. And I want to encourage that all of my colleagues and the public get to know Dana as a member of our board. It's coming up on the consent calendar in a few moments. But I'll ask Dana if she wants to just briefly introduce herself, say a few words.
I believe you are muted.
Uh-oh, that means I'm in the 60+ club.
You're all good now.
Welcome, Dana.
I'm sorry. Anyone can do that at any age. That was just so, as you know, public safety and as well as transportation, once it gets in your blood, you really can't release it. And I work as Director Rayburn said, I've worked in MTC, I've worked for the City of Oakland, SFMTA Security Division, and SFPD, and I never was bored. I worked also at the SFO, helping people to get contracts. So even though I had enough time to retire, I said, I can still do this. I can help others. So I'm not retired. I am still serving on boards and still want to have my hand involved. So this would provide me an opportunity to do some of the things that instead of full-time, but to address some of the issues as a citizen. And I'm, as you may know, I'm still on the COMTO board, and our event is tomorrow night. I hope you all attend. But I'm addressing events or items that, as Director Rayburn said, from the heart. And so thank you in advance for your ongoing support, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lang.
And we are very fortunate to have someone of Dana Lang's caliber volunteering to serve on the BART Police Citizen Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. And I appreciate you raising this item to its importance. Thank you. Are there any additional special guests for this morning? If not, we will turn to our consent calendar, which is item 2. So is there a motion to approve? Director Rayburn?
Second.
Director Rayburn, can I count you as the motion maker?
I'll move approval.
Thank you. And I believe Director Dufty has seconded. All right, it was moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
I have a public commenter by Bobby Chung. Mr. Chung, you may address the board.
Good morning, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Bobby Chung, and I'm a partner at KNN Public Finance, a registered financial advisory firm based out of Berkeley. I requested that item D please be pulled from the consent calendar for discussion today. I was very much looking forward to having the opportunity to respond to the ad hoc RFP for financial advisory services. My firm has supported the district in past RFP efforts, responding 6 times to various RFPs in the past 15 years. And we've actually had the opportunity to work with the district in this capacity in the past on several occasions, as recently as last year. Unfortunately, we understand that a change in the procurement methodology resulted in this RFP not being sent out to potential respondents like it has been in each of the instances in the past. My firm is registered on the district's procurement website, like we have been for many years, but we were not notified of this change in procurement methodology, and we became aware of this RFP after the deadline. So I'm here to respectfully request that your board consider reissuing the RFP and perhaps consider pushing out the document to potential respondents. Not only my firm, obviously, but other firms who may want to respond, who may not be aware that an RFP process occurred. The last time the district conducted the same ad hoc RFP 5 years ago, you received more than one response. And finally, I've had brief conversations with staff regarding this matter, and they indicated that it was out of their hands at this point, which is why I am here today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
President Foley, I'd like to move a substitute motion on the approval of the consent calendar to remove item 2D and discuss that separately.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? That substitute motion? Yes, Director Dufty. Okay. All right, so the current motion then will have us pulling that one item. I think we do have some additional public comments, so let's complete that and then we'll go to the vote on the substitute motion.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you. Good morning, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. And I'm just going to touch on item I here, which is about auditing. I'm not saying we should have a presentation about it. I can read this material on my own. But I certainly think that in this, I would like to see, with auditing, a public face to it. Because, how do I word this? I'm just an ordinary member of the public, but I think it's important, but I would like to see auditing have a public face to it. But I don't know who that person is at BART. I know you can't answer that for me in a public meeting due to the Brown Act, but I can't find anything on the BART website as to who I can reach out to understand more about the matters of auditing. I don't even know if I have standing to speak, but I think I'm taking my liberty to do so anyway. So auditing is interesting to me because it certainly says things about BART that are important. I just want to say this. I don't want auditing to be a secret society, but instead, I want it to be framed in the ideal that BART is the people's system. I'd like to find out where I can get my answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. If I can ask staff to follow up with Alita on that item, and just so that Alita's aware, we do have a monthly audit committee. That subcommittee does meet regularly, so that may be one alternative as well. But let's have staff reach out to Ms. Dupree and connect the dots and help get her to the right place. So with that,
Director Foley,
yes, Director Allen.
Do you mind if I just make a quick comment? Yes, we did actually go through all of these items, the financial statement items in the audit committee meeting last month. And it is a great point that Alita raises. And Alita, I do owe you a follow-up call to meet and go through these items, which I promised to do. And I will do that. But this raises an issue with respect to some of the work we do in the audit committee. We bring in people and do much deeper dives into some of these topics, but we're not able to post any of these meetings online so that the public can see or listen to those meetings. And that's something that just for a future item, we need to address that, because very important information is presented in these audit committee meetings. And it would be so much more efficient if we just were able to record the meetings and post them online for the public to see.
Thank you, Director Allen. I appreciate those comments. Madam Secretary, it looks like we may have one more public speaker or two.
Let me start over because I'm not sure if it's the same. Let me start from the bottom. Caller with the last 4 digits 5075. You can address the board. *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Bryant Jenkins. I'm a principal at Sperry Capital. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Just as it relates to item 2D, just wanted to clarify a few things. First of all, we've been registered as KNN, and other municipal advisors have been on the BART procurement portal for quite a while. And one thing about this procurement is that it was actually supposed to begin in May of this year. And as I think we do on a variety of public agency procurement websites, we stayed and checked every few weeks. And we kept on checking, asking the contact person if the procurement was available. When it was being available, we went, we reviewed it, and then we submitted. Oftentimes when we get these procurements, and I probably get like a few procurements a week, as I'm sure Mr. Chung does as well, sometimes we decide to submit, sometimes we don't. For example, last year over at the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority, we had not one, not two, but 3 separate procurements, because the first 2, we were the only bidder. Other firms made a commercial decision not to submit. I think in the third offering, there were 2 other bids that were submitted, but the evaluation committee still chose us. The question before the board is, given the procurement that we've responded to and waited patiently for, what is the benefit to our firm for spending the time to both register on the procurement portal, provide a response that was both responsive, sufficient, and met with all of the district's considerations? There's a question to us if there is fair play or transparency in the process, because from our perspective, we've done everything asked of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Madam Secretary.
Bobby Chung, is your hand still raised from before, or would you like to address the board?
No, I've made up the comments that I want to. Thank you.
Yeah. Roland, is your hand still raised from before, or would you like to address the board?
Yeah, I would like to address the board. Thank you very much. So first of all, I really appreciated Alita's comment, and I definitely appreciated Director Allen's follow-up. But I want to bring to your attention that the way this issue is being addressed by other agencies in the Bay Area is to provide members of the public a way to directly participate in the meetings. As a matter of example, this afternoon at 4 o'clock, I will be participating in VTA's Finance and Audit Committee, which will be discussing the status of the BART project, including the procurements, the contracting, and everything else. And the way the VT is addressing this is by providing a Zoom attendee link to the meeting, so that members of the public can participate and comment including in writing or verbally, live, real time with the committee. I deeply appreciate if BART could do something similar in the future for the other committee, and actually any subcommittee for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBron. Director Rayburn, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you very much, President Foley. As the original maker of the motion, I meant to include Sperry Capital's award, and in large part because I noted that their responsiveness to a procurement request, as well as that they're a small business and received a small business prime preference through our system. And so I don't see that anything wrong has occurred here, that the request for proposals was in the wild, and that there was a review of the applicants. And I'm sorry that KMP missed the call. But we've been working, I think, very diligently to make sure that these materials are sent out. But I want to hear from staff to make absolutely certain before we cast our votes.
I'm sorry, but shouldn't we vote on what's been moved and then come back to this item? I think nobody's saying we're not going to approve this item. We just want to hear it and vote.
Correct.
Good point. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Vice President Saltzman. Yes. So seeing and no additional comment at this time, let's have a vote on the substitute motion, which is the consent calendar with the exception of item 2D. So with that, Madam Secretary, could we have a vote?
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Just thumbs up or thumbs down?
That's a yes.
That's a yes. Director McPartland?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So let me start by asking staff if they could briefly respond or provide us with an update around some of the concerns with item 2D.
Yes, good morning, directors. This is Chris Gian, the interim controller treasurer. I'm also the project manager for this RFP. The procurement process for this RFP was followed very strictly, and it was unfortunate that K&N missed the deadline. So we recommend moving forward with our recommendation to approve the award.
May I get some clarification? There was a concern that the process had somehow changed or was not followed. Is that inaccurate? The process is exactly the same way it was a year ago. There was no change in May.
It wasn't a year ago, Director. The existing agreement with the municipal advisor, the district has been approved 5 years ago, and yeah. So, but the RFP, the procurement was in our web portal, as Perry mentioned. This was supposedly should have been processed way back in May, but this item has been in the procurement web portal for at least 3 months before it was advertised. And we followed strictly the guidelines. It was advertised in 10 newspapers for a month. And it's really just unfortunate that they missed that time frame.
So again, I just wanted to clarify, the process that was used this time is no different than what we've used in the past. Is that correct?
President Foley, Deputy General Manager Michael Jones. Yes, that is correct. I'm sitting here with the AGM of Administration, DeGraff and Reed, and he has confirmed that the process was followed like every other RFP process.
All right, thank you. I know that Director Allen had her hand raised, but it looks like she is away. Were there any other questions from the board, from my colleagues? None? All right, well, let me give Director Allen a moment to
So why don't I
return.
just, Mr. President, I'll just put a motion to move approval and seek a second, and then Director Allen.
Of course.
Second.
All right, well, I believe it was moved by Director Dufty, seconded by Director Rayburn. Director Allen.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. The question I have for staff is, having been involved in the procurement that we did for the financial auditors, there was a process then, and that was just earlier this year, that the RFP information was sent out to everyone in the portal to notify potential bidders that are already in our system that this was coming up. And my question is, was that done on this RFP?
Yes, this is Alex DeGraffenreid, the Assistant General Manager for Administration, and Director Allen just wanted to confirm that our process for this RFP and was followed, as evidenced by the fact at the pre-proposal meeting for this RFP, we had multiple firms attend that meeting. So we do know that the advertisement of this was successful. We don't know why from time to time certain firms bid and certain firms don't, but in this particular instance, and we do know that the process was followed.
But did the process in this case include sending out messaging directly to the people in our portal? That's my question.
It did, yes.
Okay. So I think if that was indeed done, then I don't know that we can do anything about the bidders that appeared. I'm always very concerned when there is only one responsive bidder. That's always a problem to me, that there's just one person, one firm to choose from. But in this case, unless other proposers can provide information that says that something wasn't done that should have been done, then I'm good with moving on and approving Sperry for the RFP.
Thank you, Director Allen. All right, Madam Secretary, it does look like there is one public comment.
Hi, this is Bobby Chung again. I'm sorry to conflict staff, but in past processes, multiple people at my firm received direct emails to the RFP, and we've always, responded. So the process certainly was different this time around. So, yeah.
We do have an appeal process for these awards, no? That vendors can go through? I guess that's a question for staff.
Director Allen, Deputy General Manager Jones, it's worth pointing out that they wouldn't be eligible for an appeal because they didn't submit an RFP.
Yeah,
it wasn't until weeks after, until the staff was in the interview process, that they reached out. So no, in this case, there wouldn't be a appeal opportunity for this firm.
Thank you for answering that.
All right, Madam Secretary, it looks like we have one additional public comment.
Roland, you may address the board.
So directors, respectfully, I'm personally very familiar with what just happened here. And there are differences of opinion as to what happened. The way I address this is very simple. I issue a Public Records Act asking that the staff provide recordings, whatever proof they have corroborating that these notices were sent out. It's very simple. Either they got the evidence or they don't. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director McPartland.
Normally, my position on this is going to be that we followed all the appropriate the procedures, and there is no appeal process once we end up signing a contract and giving the contract to an agency. In the past, our process has been so fraught with challenges on a continuous basis. If we were to try to unring this bell from a process standpoint, then either the process is flawed or it is not. I'm of the opinion that historically it is not. And if we find ourselves in a position where we want to delay this so that we can give Mr. Chung at least the due process to check out whether his claims are appropriate, then and he didn't get the proper notice, then that would be one avenue. The other avenue is that if it was publicly noticed, and back to the historical process that we end up using, if it was publicly noticed and it was posted, then if we didn't give out the gilded invitation, then sorry about that, and we'll try to do better in the future. But I think we've done the appropriate process and provided the information or made it available to the public at large. So I'm inclined to, if someone wants to pursue on taking a postponement in order to be able to give Mr. Chung due process, that's one thing. But otherwise, if we end up voting on this, it's a done deal. We give the contract to the other agency.
Yeah, Mr. President, I've got a motion on the floor, and I'd like to. I think most of us were ready to vote for it.
Yeah,
sorry.
Understood. No, understood. I wanted to give opportunity for the board. So, Madam Secretary, why don't you please proceed with the vote on item 2B? I'm sorry.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That concludes item 2, our consent calendar. So let's now turn to item 3, which is public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items that are not on today's agenda, but under our jurisdiction. So if you'd like to address the board, please dial *9 to raise your hand virtually. And it looks as though we have a few hands that are raised.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. It's always good to be back with you. Yeah, thanks for doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I assure you that you're not simply speaking into the air, but what you're saying is relevant, and I get to be a part of that too. Thank you. Just on some miscellaneous matters, something about me that you probably didn't know before. Earlier this week, I actually went to a pharmacy and got my booster shot for COVID-19, because it is now readily available, in which I don't, there's no more conditions. You can just get it. So I got it. I'm doing fine, feeling fine. Sky hasn't fallen. Get on with my life. So I think it's important to stay the course. You know, I advocate for a BART that is inclusive, that really knows what to do with people when we enter into the system. I ask that a person being who they are not be an impediment to being able to get safe, reliable, and affordable service on this system. We hear about people trespassing onto railroad tracks, but we never hear about people being pushed onto railroad tracks. And I wonder why. In New York, when it happens, you hear about it, and the transit authority is very quick to respond. I would hope to never be pushed onto railroad tracks. But if I was, I would hope there would be a response. I would hope the fact that I wear a Raiders t-shirt or skirt, or having gotten vaccinated for COVID-19, or me not being of definitions, I would hope that those things would not be impediments to me being able to fully receive the high quality service of public transportation that BART is known for. And I say these things because they are real and relevant to me. Because even though I am different, I am a person just as much. I love talking about railroading, but how can a person enjoy railroading unless the railroad is inclusive and welcoming? You can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. It's a place for everybody. So what do I want with BART? A system not just for some, but a system that belongs to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Roland here. Quickly, I would like to respectfully remind you that closed captioning for video teleconferencing is a federal ADA requirement, and the agency that receives federal funds is expected to comply. And I would respectfully request that BART so comply in the future. The other thing I want to bring to your attention, clarify what I said earlier, I actually missed half of the Union City presentation because I just couldn't get to the agenda via the normal, website, going to the board meetings, agendas, etc. because the Legistar system is down right now. I eventually got the agenda link via the Granicus page where the video is. So that just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe we have one more public comment.
Dave Campbell, you may address the board.
This is Dave Campbell, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay, commenting on the Quarry Lakes Parkway project. It's no secret that Bike East Bay's had and has huge concerns about this project, and y'all are more aware of what some of those concerns are. To me, the primary focus for BART is the cost and the engineering and the potential impacts of tunneling under BART to get the roadway below your tracks. And before Union City can design that segment, I think it's segment 3, maybe segment 4, they need to have a full funding package for that segment. And so they have an incentive to lowball the costs so that they can move forward on that. And I think BART needs, and everyone, like East Bay, everyone needs to hold the city accountable to a realistic cost estimate of what it's going to take to do that project. And so a question I would have for BART is, has your A team, your A cost team, reviewed the cost estimates for that phase that goes under the BART tracks and the related railroad tracks? And are you comfortable that Union City is providing an accurate, in good faith, reasonable estimate of what that's going to cost? I'm not satisfied. I certainly haven't seen that and aren't satisfied yet, but those are your tracks. You should be super satisfied on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I appreciate those comments. Thank you very much. Do we have any additional public comment, Madam Secretary?
It's the last public commenter.
Thank you. All right, well, let's close public comment, item 3. And just to let folks know, item 4, the Inspector General's report is going to be tabled until January. The IG is unavailable this morning, so we will hold that for a future meeting. We have no items for the Administrative and Engineering and Operations committees. So let's turn it to our PAL committee, and Director Rayburn, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We have 3 items in the PAL committee today: the federal and state legislation for 2022, the BART headquarters updates, and a report on our the Silicon Valley BART extension, phase 2.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn.
Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. I will hand it off to Rod Lee, AGM External Affairs, on the federal and state legislative advocacy.
Thanks, Carl. Good morning, Chairperson Rayburn and board members. I'm here with Amanda Cruz, our Legislative Affairs Manager, as well as we have our federal advocates from CJ Lake, Emily Baque de Silva, as well as our state advocates from California Strategies, Jim Lights and Claire Van Zyden. They will participate in this presentation with us. We'll begin the presentation by having our federal advocates go through and give a federal update. Then Amanda will go through the federal advocacy goals. Then it will go back to Amanda to talk about our state advocacy goals. We'll go back to our advocates so that Jim Lights and Claire can talk about a state update, and then Amanda will go through our state advocacy program. So just wanted to lay that out there for you. And then once Amanda concludes the state advocacy program for you to consider, she will ask for a motion to approve both of those programs at the conclusion. So the proposed goals are drafted each year to reflect the district's overall policy and budget priorities. Throughout the year, staff utilizes the goals to guide BART's legislative efforts, the work of our federal and state advocates, and decisions on bills brought forth to the board for consideration. The goals are intended to be broad and flexible, allowing BART to pursue legislative opportunities as they arise and respond to issues throughout the years as identified by members of the BART board, BART staff, as well as our advocates both in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. So with that, I will turn it over to our federal advocate, Emily Baque de Silva.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. It's good to see all of you. I actually have news. There's been progress here, and I feel like for so many years when I've come to brief you all in person, we felt like an infrastructure bill may be coming or a FAST Act reauthorization may be coming, and it finally happened. So the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was signed into law, as you all know, on November 15th. And it really is historic levels of funding. I know it's probably not where we wanted it to be, because it's certainly not where it originally started, but it's still great news for transit in particular. And it is confusing because it's a 5-year surface transportation authorization bill. So it's, extension, or it's the new FAST Act. But in addition to that, there's regular appropriations for transportation programs layered on top of FAST. And then in addition to that, there's also other appropriations for other types of infrastructure. You can think of the Department of Energy and broadband, water infrastructure, resilience. I could go on and on. It is a 5-year bill. So, a lot of folks, I think back to ARA and the stimulus under President Obama, where you were getting money out the door very quickly. That's not the case here. It's going to be over 5 years, and DOT has their work cut out for them. I mean, the amount of money that's heading their way, they're going to need to staff up considerably, and they're already talking about that. And in statute, there's basically 180 days from enactment to stand up so many of these new programs. So they basically have until about May 14th of next year to stand up a lot of these new grant programs. And again, they will be annual over the next 5 years. So, first of all, as I mentioned, there is a 5-year surface transportation reauthorization. That is about $475 billion of the $1 trillion total package. That 475 is about a 50% plus increase over FAST levels. So that just shows you kind of the jump that we will see in funding. And when you talk transit formula alone, initial estimates from MTC show that the Bay Area could receive $3.4 billion in transit formula funds over 5 years versus $2.3 over 5 years that the Bay Area received during FAST. SIG is an important program for us, capital investment grants. SIG alone, it's $15 billion over 5 years was included as part of the authorization, and they layered $8 billion on top of that from these appropriations for a total of $23 billion. There's also a new competitive grant program within State of Good Repair that I know we'll be interested in for rail vehicle replacement. There's a TOD pilot. You could get anywhere from $250,000 to $2 million for TOD planning. on new fixed guideway or core capacity transit project corridors. Of course, our core capacity project would be eligible for that. Again, I know we apply for RAISE, or it was first called Tiger, then Build. There's 15 billion over 5 years for RAISE. I know that one is always so oversubscribed. And so I think the thought here is that, again, there's more money than ever before, but then there may not be as many projects since there are significantly different pots that people may be able to apply for too. So RAISE may now look a little bit more enticing to us. National infrastructure project assistance, there's 15 billion over 5 years for highway, bridge, public transportation, or multimodal that will generate national or regional economic mobility and safety benefits. I know we've been thinking about Link 21 potentially, that could be a fit for them. And then on the rail side, I mean, just huge increases. 102.1 billion for passenger and freight rail. That's an increase of 86.7 billion from current levels. And then again, the federal state partnership for intercity passenger rail grants. I think there's 43.5 billion alone for that. And again, think CAP Corridor and Link 21. So those are just some highlights of IIJA. Again, DOT is just starting to kind of, they're actually rolling out listening sessions by mode, and transit is the first mode. That's actually later today. I think it's 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, and we sent out those details to staff. And again, as I said, over the next few months, they'll be kind of standing up these new programs. And then, of course, kind of the next big thing that Congress is focused on is Build Back Better. And that, of course, was like the second piece of President Biden's top priorities for this year. And that invests heavily in children, preschool education, resources to address climate change, education and housing stabilization, just to name a few. Not as much on transportation because, of course, IIJA was handling transportation. However, you all may remember that when the bipartisan group kind of initially put out their framework for infrastructure, the transit piece was shaved down about $10 billion. And so at that point, Chairman DeFazio on the House T&I committee said, I'll try and plus that back up through Build Back Better. And so there is a 10 billion pot for new affordable housing access, providing competitive grants for public transit access to affordable housing and to enhance mobility for low-income riders and residents. Grants can be used for operating expenses. And additional assistance it is available for project sponsors of core capacity projects, up to an increase of 10% in federal share. So again, that is very enticing for BART, and maybe one, assuming this is signed into law, one eligibility that we want to take advantage of. There's also 10 billion for planning and development of high-speed rail projects included. Of course, there are some sticking points. It did pass the House after many fits and starts, and we're honestly kind of waiting right now on the Senate. Some of the big sticking points are immigration, the SALT cap, what to do with the funding from the SALT cap. You put it towards Medicare expansion. So there's still some kind of internal debate in the just in the Democratic Party on the Senate side. Not to mention they're waiting to hear from the parliamentarian on the immigration provisions. I think the hope was that this would be signed into law by the end of this year. I think that's going to be tough. Director Lee and I were actually on the Hill earlier today having some conversations. Seems like the Senate Democrats really do want to get this done, but it may linger until early next year. So that remains to be seen. And of course, there will be some changes. They'll have to send it back to the House, but then hopefully the House will pass it. It'll be signed into law early next year. And then just a quick update on FY23 appropriations. The current continuing resolution actually expires tomorrow, at midnight tomorrow. And so, of course, Congress likes to wait until the last minute. The House actually unveiled another continuing resolution this morning that would actually run through February 18th, so a little bit longer than we were initially hearing. We expect the House to vote in a couple hours. They'll send it over to the Senate. I had been hearing that there could be, there were some Senate Republicans who were threatening a shutdown at least over the weekend to make a point on the vaccine mandates. I'm now hearing that probably won't happen. So I do think, knock on wood, that we will have this CR in effect, effective by at least by midnight tomorrow. And that would run through February 18th in order to give the House and Senate appropriators more time to reach an overall deal on appropriations numbers. And then, I had mentioned getting Build Back Better done early next year. And that really is critical simply because you all know midterms are coming. And so, it seems like if you don't get something done in the first 6 months of next year, then it won't get done. And that takes me to, we're already hearing about retirements. And one I wanted to mention in particular is Chairman DeFazio, the House T&I chair, who really shepherded the INVEST Act, has really dreamed of this infrastructure bill for years. And he announced yesterday that he will be retiring. And so that's the 19th House Democrat to announce retirement. Many people are already talking that the House could flip next year. And so, of course, there will be a race to replace him as the lead, whether it be chairman or ranking member in T&I. And I know delegate from Washington, D.C., Eleanor Holmes Norton, is next in line. But I also know, I think that Rick Larson from Washington State, who's been chair of the aviation subcommittee, I believe, he has also said that he may be interested. So there could be a race there. And that's really kind of the update from DC. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Emily, for your thorough report and for your solid work throughout this past year. You've really brought it home. And I also want to thank Director Lee for joining you this morning on the Capitol Hill. And as well, I want to thank some of the members of the Capitol Corridor who've served on the ad hoc committee with me and making the appeal for those rail funds, particularly Director Salzman. One question I have, I'm very excited about the RAISE grants because that sort of brings home it allows every congressional member to have some input into the transportation, even projects in their backyard, even if they're not on the transportation committee. And I understand that our community projects funding requests went live this year, otherwise known as earmarks, and that some very nimble footwork enabled us to secure some funding for Fairgates from Senator Feinstein. Is there any other updates along the community funding? And will that be back again in the coming year?
So we're still waiting on the final outcome of the appropriations bills, but you're right. We do have funding in there, $5 million, I believe, from Senator Feinstein in the Senate THUD appropriations bill. So we're just waiting to see how this all shakes out once they go. I don't want to say they're going to conference because there's not going to be a formal conference, but once a final bill comes together, we need to see kind of what those numbers are. But we are hopeful that we will have some funding in there for the Fairgates. Moving forward, I do think we will see community project funding request again in FY23. And I think, it was very bumpy doing it for the first time in several years for FY22. So I think now that we have that under our belt, and I don't just say we BART, but, across the country, and even members, staff who just are new to it as well, had never been on the Hill when earmarks were done previously. So there was a steep learning curve for everyone. So I am hopeful that, yes, it will happen again in FY23, and it'll be a more streamlined process than it was this year.
Thank you. And I see a hand raised, Madam Secretary, before I go to the board members' comments. Could we call on the public?
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Lots of good things in this presentation. I like going to Washington too. I have my favorite haunts Yes, I do have a Washington reduced fare smart trip card. I use it a lot. It even got me to the Food Bar Hazy Center in Chantilly, Virginia. Very nice trip. So this looks like an inclusive presentation. It's not just about construction. I'm seeing some matters concerning housing and progressive policing and security. All these things matter because I think that the central issue of what we're doing here is to build the most safest, reliable, and equitable system that we can. And that includes any transportation system knowing what to do with the people who set foot on the property and ensuring that they deliver. So I am encouraged that this isn't just about doing construction, though that's part of it. Especially, we want to make sure we get money for the ADA improvements because ADA includes everyone. And I think Clipper should certainly be a part of this work. You know, there was an agency, I have to get all the particulars together, that got, I think it was $500,000 in Homeland Security grant to update their fare readers on the buses. That's a big deal because when you have money floating around on the system, it makes people unsafe. And we want to have a safer system for all. So I appreciate the advocacy here. This isn't going to be easy, and I hope we don't have to. I wish that it wasn't so complicated, but it's right for us to be able to get this grant money because BART is not an island. We have to make our case, being that BART is the only truly interregional system of public transportation in the Bay Area, the system that I depend on. So again, thank you for the report here. And I will go to Washington again, probably not to the Hill. I don't have any way to go up into the Capitol, but I certainly got my restaurants and museums and the train system that I can enjoy.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary, do we have any other public speakers on federal items?
We do not.
Thank you. I'll turn first to Director Dufty, followed by Director Ames and Director Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first just want to thank Emily for her outstanding stewardship of the panoply of BART issues that we have at the federal level. And I just really appreciate how you keep track of everything. And, working with Bob Powers have just really established a very strong presence in Washington and certainly in Congress. Emily, I just had one question, which is at a certain point with federal infrastructure support, I was seeing that Biden was talking about appointing a point person in that regard. And then I sort of haven't seen much about that. And I was just wondering where you think that stands.
Yeah, actually, he appointed Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, as kind of the infrastructure czar a couple of weeks ago, I believe. And so he will be kind of the point for the foreseeable future.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point to raise. Director Ames.
Thank you. I just had questions, Emily, about the freight component of the infrastructure initiative. So, I've been actually talking about it for a couple of years to replace this freight, passenger rail bridge between Benicia and Martinez. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is kind of the conduit to get to Link 21, which is to bring passenger rail over to Oakland and then over to San Francisco. And just to get there is a challenge because we've got a rail bridge that's 100 years old, and it frequently causes delays because these large vessels go through the Carquinez Strait, and the rail bridge is under-designed because it's 100 years old almost. And then there's that rail infrastructure that we could enhance between Martinez to Oakland. And I think talking about freight is key because the Oak Port trucks out 90% of their cargo using our interstates, and we keep improving interstates and not rail. So I'm really excited about this freight passenger rail idea. So I'm wondering if a project of this magnitude to improve freight and passenger rail could be done between Oakland and this Martinez area, where we could also fix that rail bridge and then bring more reliable transport to Link 21. And would that be a project that the federal government would consider?
I honestly don't know enough about it to tell you yes or no, but I would say there are lots of kind of multimodal grant opportunities that include freight rail and other modes. And so I think we just need to see as DOT is going to lay out kind of the guidance for all of these grants, there could be a hook there. So I certainly think they'll probably be eligible for some of these pots. But I just don't know enough right now to say exactly which ones. But I think there are 3 right now that I'm looking at that I'm guessing they could probably apply for.
Wow. Well, that's really exciting, Emily, because we use a private system for freight and for passenger rail. We actually pay to improve a private system just to get access. So actually to have our own rail system that we own and could facilitate providing more improved, passenger rail and freight would be a real game changer, I think, for Link 21 and the region. So good job. And I look forward to hearing more exciting news about what we can apply for. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Lee, followed by Director Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rayburn. I just want to say that in the past, these updates have been very hypothetical, high level to me. And now I have a much better understanding now spending time in the Capitol. I first really want to say, the fact that we can have this federal advocacy agenda is much in part of the new administration that we have in DC. And the fact that, BART has been able to advocate for ourselves. And I have to give, Director Dufty a lot of props. You spent time to meet with Senator Padilla via Zoom. And I know that we were able to host, Secretary Fudge here. It was during one of our BART board meeting days. But I know that we've been able to have so much more engagement with the federal administration and our congressional delegation, more so than ever. And where we are now is incredible. And having, made my visit to DC, I know Director Dufty was immediately working with BART staff to start these visits. So very nervously, I was able to meet with Senator Padilla this morning. I know we're going to be meeting with Congresswoman Spear and someone from Speaker Pelosi's office tomorrow, which is incredible. And what I'll say to the board is they really understand our issues very, very deeply. And we are so, so grateful to have an incredible congressional delegation across the state, but certainly in the Bay Area, who will champion our issues. They'll give us a lot of crap at times around whatever the issue is, but they deeply believe in BART and know how important BART is to this region. And I'll just, lastly give Emily a lot of props for the many, many years of being our representative here in DC. I'm feeling hopeful, especially I would say on the first federal advocacy goal here, given the conversation we had earlier today. But I know that basically everything else on this advocacy agenda is really almost contingent on our ability to, get the federal transit grants through. So all that to say, it's been a great visit. Thank you, Emily, for your tireless work. And I'm really grateful for where we are today versus, let's say, a couple years ago.
Thank you, Director Lee. And may I ask that the directors who have spoken lower your hands unless you want to speak again. Director Allen.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair Rayburn. And first, I want to just echo the many thanks to Emily and the team, the whole team at CJ Lake, because I know it's Emily, you're the driving force, but there are a whole lot of other people behind you that are also working hard. So thank you. And I've actually been on the Washington, D.C. Lobbying trips in past years, and it is really very educational. So if any of the directors haven't done that, I would encourage you to do that. But just with respect to Director Ames' comments about the replacement of the Benicia Rail Bridge, there is a study underway by Capital Corridor on the replacement of that rail bridge. And so, but it's never too early, in my opinion, to be looking for ways to strategize to start to line up the funding and the planning for the replacement of a 100, hopefully we get it done before the 100th anniversary of that bridge, but I doubt that it will be complete by then. And while I have the microphone, I'll just also extend my thanks to Jim Lights and your team, because I know I think you have a presentation too, but I'll just do it all at once. And thank you both, and California Strategies and the group behind you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands raised from the directors, I think it's appropriate, unless you have further words to share with us, Emily, to turn to the state.
Chair Rayburn, this is Amanda Cruz. If I could, I would like to go through the proposed federal goals prior to turning it over to Jim and Claire to discuss, to provide a state update. So District Secretary, if we could have the second slide or the first slide in our presentation up. Thank you. So I'll briefly provide an overview, the previous one, please, of our proposed federal goals. Following the reversal of the United States Department of Labor's earlier determination regarding California state pension law, commonly referred to as PEPRA, BART shall participate in coordinated outreach to the Department of Labor, Federal Transit Administration, and members of Congress to ensure transit grants continue to be processed and certified while litigation proceeds in the federal district court. The bipartisan infrastructure bill signed into law on November 15th, as Emily said, contained $23 billion over a 5-year period for the Capital Investment Grant, or CIG, program. Considering this substantial increase, BART will advocate that a portion of funds be made available to project sponsors with existing grant agreements to increase their federal cost share, which will help address unforeseen cost increases largely attributed to the pandemic. The district will also continue to pursue additional operating assistance to address the long-term impacts the pandemic has had on BART's budget and operational capacity. This includes securing additional funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, and within any additional opportunities. With the anticipated acceptance of community project funding requests, or commonly referred to as earmarks, for fiscal year 23 appropriations, BART will look to submit projects to members of Congress and utilize the district's capital project selection process when prioritizing requests to each office. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and Build Back Better Budget Reconciliation Act, now in the Senate for consideration, both represent significant opportunities for BART to receive increased formula funding and compete for discretionary grants. As federal agencies begin their implementation of these bills, BART will ensure the district's interests are represented to maximize our eligibility and project competitiveness. With a sustained focus on transit security and safety, BART will educate our congressional delegation and administration on activities within the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau, our compliance with federal security initiatives, and ongoing need for transit security funding. And finally, with the passage of the Build Back Better Act by the House on November 19th, BART will advocate that the Senate maintain the nearly $150 billion in housing investments, as well as low-income housing tax provisions in the bill that would significantly boost affordable housing production in California. So this concludes our overview of our federal goals, and I will now pass it to Jim Lights and Claire Van Zyden from California Strategies and Advocacy to provide you with a state update.
Thank you very much, Amanda, and welcome, Jim.
Good morning, directors. Good to see everyone. Jim Lights with California Strategies, and I am joined this morning by Claire Van Zyden, my partner and colleague, who was a great addition to the state advocacy team this year. Just wanted to start. We had one sponsored bill this year that was signed into law in October that extended BART's existing authority to issue prohibition orders to the stations on the new San Jose extension. The one highlight of this bill is that should further extensions be opened in the future that have a similar arrangement where BART is the operator but does not own the land or the infrastructure, there will be no need to return to the legislature for that prohibition order authority. This will apply going forward to any such arrangement like that. We are a bit excited this year, or as we go into next year, there's going to be a fairly significant transportation budget package. That discussion was deferred this year to the coming budget discussion. We're already looking at about $7.6 billion that is available for transportation projects statewide. 3.4 of that is general fund, 4.2 is Prop 1A, and that does not include anything that may be added to that package from the projected $31 billion surplus that the state expects to enjoy in the coming budget year. And so we've been working quite a bit the last several months, putting BART's project lists together and working closely with MTC to discuss regional priorities as well, and look forward to spending a fair amount of time in the spring working on those issues and securing money for projects that are BART priorities. In addition, there was quite a bit of money committed this year to housing and homelessness. The homelessness budget was really a 2-year allocation, a grand total of $12 billion between the 2 years, 7.3 for this year, 4.7 already allocated and programmed for next year. It's a wide variety of programs, youth transitional housing, adult transitional housing. The Project Room Key is getting more money along with local governments for their work on managing the homelessness challenges that almost all communities in the state are facing currently. Also, quite a bit of money on the housing side to maintain affordable housing, $500 million to nonprofits for them to acquire foreclosed properties and rehab them and convert them to make them affordable. Also, $2.7 billion in federal funds that came through the stimulus acts from last year that are going to go to a variety of programs, including TOD, multifamily, farm worker housing, and a variety of others. And so as you know as well, there was a package of police reform bills that were signed into law, highlighted by SB 2, which basically removes the immunity of officers from being sued. And BART supported a number of those bills this year and was active on those. And before handing it to Claire, I will just say we will have a couple of new members of the BART legislative delegation, with Assemblymember David Chu departing to become San Francisco City Attorney. And then yesterday, Assemblymember Jim Frazier's announcement that he will step down effective at the end of this calendar year. So those will be special elections, and we'll likely see sometime by next summer, late summer, both of those seats filled with new representatives. And so with that, I will hand it off to Claire.
Thank you, Jim. It's nice to see all of you, or meet some of you at least over Zoom, and look forward to hopefully doing so in the person in the near future. So I'm just going to go over a few other highlights. So earlier this year, we worked closely with the California Air Resources Board, specifically on the low carbon fuel standard. So this specifically, we addressed, there was some guidance that came out as it related to credits, specifically for electrification. And that guidance, we wanted to clarify that it did not include fixed guideway for the credits generated by the low carbon fuel standard. And we were successful in getting that clarification from ARB, which then means that BART will maintain its flexibility in use of the credits that are generated in order to help maintain a safe and reliable and affordable transit service. So that was great. We are seeing that ARB is going to be starting its first workshops next week on the 7th as it relates to updates to the low carbon fuel standard. We will be participating in that workshop next week, and we'll be specifically monitoring in terms of those potential changes generally to the program, and then engaging as necessary over the next year or so. We also worked closely with the California Transportation Agency this year, specifically related to the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or as sort of commonly known as CAPTI. This is an action plan that is to help modernize transportation planning, programming, and mitigation to achieve the state's climate goals. The action plan was developed in collaboration with a number of state agencies, as well as local and regional stakeholders, including BART. We provided comprehensive comments, and the final action plan was adopted in July of this year. And then we also worked closely with the Transportation Agency as it relates to the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, or TIRCP. And we worked closely with Link 21 in terms of providing comments on the TIRCP program. Our comments specifically included two things that spoke to more inclusive project eligibility. So one would be funding for project development activities, and then two would be projects that would have sort of a secondary nexus, if you will, to GHG emission reductions. So things like, a maintenance yard, for example, for zero emission trains, so that you have to maintain those trains, but it's maybe not buying the trains themselves. We received, positive feedback from CalSTA in that, yes, both of those would be eligible, but they need to be part of a larger project. So I think that we'll be continuing to have ongoing conversations with CalSTA on those two areas to potentially further expand eligibility in coming years. This year, we're expected to have 500 to 600 million for the TIRCP program. That is all dependent on the success of future cap and trade auction revenues. Applications are due in March 2022, so they are open now, and I know that we are working to be submitting for that program. As Jim mentioned, there's likely going to be additional funding for transportation, and so at this point, that may go into this round of TIRCP, or alternatively, it may go for next year's funding. So we'll keep you all updated on that. The other piece that we've just been monitoring as well as it relates to funding opportunities is the state has a number of priorities and funding for zero emission vehicles and infrastructure. The California Energy Commission just a week or so ago approved $1.4 billion for EV charging as well as manufacturing. And then ARB approved $1.5 billion for EV vehicles, including light, medium, and heavy duty. So we're keeping you all up to speed in terms of where the state is looking to fund for EV infrastructure and vehicles and opportunities for BART. And with that, I'll pass it along to, I believe, Amanda to share our goals.
I won't miss Amanda this go around.
Okay, perfect.
Even though Emily and Jim and Claire, you've provided substantial information. It's new in many cases. Thank you. Amanda.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rayburn. So I will now briefly provide an overview of our proposed state goals. So within the fiscal year 23 state budget, BART, in coordination with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and Bay Area transit operators, will advocate for additional general fund monies directed to the region's priority transit and rail projects. BART will continue to support the allocation of state bond funds to high-speed rail, and assuming a healthy budget surplus, will pursue member budget requests to support specific capital projects and operating programs. Similar to our federal advocacy regarding PEPRA, BART will continue to support the state's legal and legislative efforts regarding the certification of transit grants. With the anticipated appointment of a new Assembly Housing and Community Development Committee chair, BART will renew efforts to secure eligibility for state housing funds and advocate that transit-oriented developments in the Bay Area, especially those on public land, are competitively scored to receive affordable housing subsidies, along with new funding for station enhancements. Since the passage of AB 2923 in 2018, this has been a goal of BART, and we've continued to seek funding opportunities that will benefit our TOD program. BART, in partnership with the California Transit Association, will continue to advocate for state resources directly available to transit agencies for programs and services aimed at addressing homelessness and related quality of life issues. This will include engaging with Caltrans on their implementation of the Clean California program and pursuing new funding focused on the beautification of public spaces, including transit centers. BART will engage with regional stakeholders on any legislative proposals that support the implementation of MTC's Transit Transformation Action Plan and continue to advocate that state transportation investments align with their ambitious goals on climate equity, accessibility, and safety. With the district's commitment to progressive policing and community engagement, BART will continue to support administrative and legislative efforts that advance racial justice and equity, create a culture of police accountability, and de-emphasize the use of sworn officers as first responders to certain crises. Finally, BART may seek to introduce and pass sponsored legislation that addresses specific problem or goal as identified by the board and/or staff. In closing, staff requests that the board adopt the motion to approve the 2022 federal and state advocacy program as presented.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Madam Secretary, do you see any hands raised from the public?
I do. Adina Levin, you may address the board.
Good morning, BART board members and staff. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to comment on a few items relating to state and possibly federal. So first of all, with regard to the state funding, it is good to hear that there is the potential to achieve some funding from the state for public transportation and addressing the discussions that did not conclude in the previous year. One thing that would be extremely helpful given the pandemic recovery conditions is funding for transit operations. The tradition is to have more of the funding come from capital, but we are facing a situation where there is a rain of funding for capital projects and a lot of concern about funding for operations. Moving on, largely in the operating category, glad to hear the support for the MTC's goals to fund the Transformation Action Plan, where there are a number of elements for which funding would help to restore transit ridership from the impacts of the pandemic and make the public transportation system more customer friendly in a way that is useful, increases ridership, and is popular, and helps to build the public support for funding. Then moving beyond that, regarding back on capital projects, whether at from funding from the state level or federal level, it will be helpful, whether it be at the federal rulemaking level, state administration level, state legislation, to have increasingly strong policies to make sure that the capital projects are being well managed in order to be able to be delivered closer to time and to budget, and to deliver the high quality transit system that we need as transit riders and as a region. That is not historically how the process went. The process has gone, find the menu when you get it, and get your project done, but we need it to be good in addition to getting the money, then the money will go further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you again, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I feel it important to speak on the matters of state. So I pull up the presentation here. Again, lots of good inclusive things. I'm going to go down to 7, police accountability, advancing racial justice and equity, and de-emphasizing use of sworn officers, etc. I maintain to you that equity should not be in a narrow lens, but have a global perspective of inclusion. Shouldn't just be about race. It should be about disability, freedom of religion, freedom of, we shouldn't be discriminating against on the basis of sex or color or religion, sexual orientation, etc. So I think that our goal should not be narrow, because I, being a person who does not fit definitions, can easily fall through the cracks. So I think we have to expand our definition of what equity means. And certainly, so I'm seeing some good things with that. The rest looks pretty boilerplate: housing, federal transit grants, climate goals. Those are all very important. But I think that anything that we do needs to be framed from the perspective of people. And the reason why I mention this a lot from a lot of different angles is because the people of Bay Area soil are a very diverse realm. And I don't want you to, got another thing going on in the background, sorry. But basically, I ask you remember this in your advocacy, that not just that we're diverse, but that BART is indeed the people system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Could I ask the district secretary to mute other callers while we're...
That was Ms. Dupree's line.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any additional public speakers?
Not at this time, Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much. I know that Director Lee had her hand raised.
Yes, I can kick it off. So thank you, as always. Amanda, you've been just really great in your role and helping us better understand what's happening at the state level. And for our lobbyists, welcome Claire. And as always, thank you, Jim, for your work. And obviously the pandemic has had us really leaning on our state advocates. So you play just a tremendous role right now. Just sort of looking back on this past year, I have to say I'm really proud of a lot of the different positions we took in 2021, whether it was SB2 or many, many other bills and beyond. I also want to point out we really worked to develop relationships with the new transportation and Assembly Transportation Chair and the new Senate Transportation Chair, Assemblymember Laura Friedman and Senator Lena Gonzalez, respectively. For me, I think it's really powerful to have two progressive women leading those committees. And I was really proud that BART was the headliner for the visit that the chairs made to the Bay Area during the August recess to check out Bay Area transit. I also want to give special thank you to Assemblymember Alex Lee down in Milpitas for Assembly Bill 1337, the bill that Jim highlighted that really addresses BART's public safety as our system is expanding. So just one comment, sort of with one question. I talked to Amanda about this. I would say in future, especially for state, the state advocacy goals and the agenda that we've got, it would really be good to see year-to-year progress, because I have terrible memory and I don't really recall so well what our advocacy goals at the state level were last year. And there's so much movement, especially now during the pandemic. It'd be really good to see, what the goals were last year, how they compare to the ones this year. Are we making progress? You know, are things changing? Have priorities changed? So just, you know, a piece, a recommendation for the future. And then on that, just a specific question on goal number 4. Jim, I think you mentioned that there was this 2-year allocation of $12 billion for homelessness. However, my understanding is that the struggle that BART continues to face is while local, regional, state, you know, dollars are increasing to really genuinely address homelessness at a really systemic level, BART's challenge is that we cannot generally access like any of those dollars unless we partner with local jurisdictions. Do you have any update on that progress? And like, is there any change to BART's sort of state level approach so that we are able to access those dollars? Because, you know, we're putting in a lot of our own money, whether it's progressive policing to the homelessness initiatives that, you know, I'm very proud to champion, but our ability to keep doing that and expanding is entirely based on our revenue streams. And we really need to be able to access those dollars to make meaningful, you know, impact.
Yeah, so this is a conversation that has really been ongoing, particularly with the Newsom administration, about how they can ensure that the funding that they're providing to municipalities is something that transit systems can also be supported by. LAMTA has also been in this conversation with us. And I think at this point, we really need to turn to, and we've begun this conversation about tying some of the funds that go to local governments to cooperation and engagement with transit agencies at their own local level. The Newsom administration had decided that, you know, allocating money directly to transit agencies was not something that they wanted to do for the purposes of homelessness response. And so thus we're looking at trying to ensure that in budget trailer language, that municipalities are compelled to engage with their local transit agencies.
Thank you for that update, Jim. I would say then, you know, as much as we as board directors can be at those tables really pushing for those changes, please let us know, because while as a resident of San Francisco and in California, it's great to see these new initiatives that Governor Newsom and the state legislature are putting forward. As a BART board director, it is deeply frustrating that we can't access those dollars. I would further say that I am learning more and more that across the state, many local jurisdictions are taking very similar approaches to policing. They're creating similar sort of progressive policing bureaus. I actually just learned of City of Sacramento's new city council initiated Department of Community Response, this new department that was formed, which sounds very similar to our crisis intervention teams. They have social workers that oversee an entire department to address homelessness because they were realizing that the law enforcement agency there were not well equipped, and that, you know, that was not the role of law enforcement there. If there are other jurisdictions doing this sort of work, and there are other jurisdictions who are interested in seeing more increased state funding to fund these sort of programs, I think it would be good for BART to be aware of them and find ways to sort of push jointly to once again get these funding streams, make them available for transit agencies like BART and other sort of similar community response type programs across the state. But thank you as always for your advocacy.
Thank you, Director Lee and Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. And thank you both Jim and Claire for the presentation, and Amanda for the work that you do. I've got some questions, and I think I might start with Jim and Claire, either one of you, whoever wants to take these questions. Have you been engaged in the past, and is BART staff having discussions with you about advocacy around finding the funding for replacing fare gates and station hardening? Has that been an issue that we've worked on so far?
I believe that's among those projects that we're working on for the coming year. where this larger package of funding is available. So yes, we have absolutely been talking about that and wrapping all of those together. One of the things that we've heard from the legislature is they want to see our broad, long list of priorities, kind of top to bottom, and not just what, is shovel ready. They want to see, and we're certainly developing now that longer list of a decade's worth of projects. And so all of those things are on that list at this point.
So that kind of leads to my second question, which is that, in the proposed state advocacy goals, there is a, number one is support for priority transit and rail projects. And I guess I would like to know, what are the priority transit and rail projects that have been presented to you as our advocacy consultants?
Yeah, so yeah, go ahead,
Jim,
Amanda.
can I jump in? Yes, thank you, Director Allen, for the question. I will just go back to provide additional context to the question of fare gates. BART, we did actually submit a budget request to Senator Skinner's office I would say towards the end of the budget cycle last year, when they had reached out to us and were interested in knowing about what our needs were. So we did put in a budget request. Unfortunately, that was not funded, but I think we started a good conversation with her office as chair of the budget committee on the needs. And when we had the transportation committee chairs here, I know that was something, of the, sort of entire state of good repair needs of the district, that the fare gates, as they toured our systems, were something that we pointed out as needing to be upgraded. So it was something that we continue at sort of every opportunity to be able to discuss with our delegation, and we will be looking at pursuing a broader array of district sort of budget requests with each member's office, and on what their interests may be in submitting a project or a budget request on our behalf for the coming year. In terms of the priority projects that we are working with MTC on, a lot of those, you may be familiar with. They relate to core capacity. All of the components of the core capacity project, our general sort of state of good repair needs related to improvements within our stations. That's, the elevators, other sort of station modernization and enhancements. Everything down on the list includes Link 21, and I'm trying to think of others.
And thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that explanation, and thank you for talking about the Fairgate work. But the fact is, we really haven't achieved any real funding yet. So I'm going to go back to our proposed state advocacy goals. And number one starts in the first line with priority transit and rail projects. Is there a list somewhere of those? I mean, I get we have a very long list. We have a very long list of projects at BART, right? We spend $1.4 billion a year on infrastructure projects. Actually, it might be 1.5 now. So we have this very long list of projects, but you're using support for priority transit and rail projects. And what I want to know is, what priorities are we communicating to our state and federal advocacy consultants to go really push the hardest on? What are those?
Yes, Director Allen. Actually, staff, currently we are preparing a letter to the governor's office, which will be shared with the board, that has a comprehensive list, a chart of our priority projects that we will be putting forward in this budget cycle. Pam can talk a little bit more about that list, but that letter is being finalized. It will, of course, be shared with the board. It is in support of MTC's general approach to the budget, to the transportation package that the state will be considering, which asked for a $10 billion transportation package with $5 billion allocated to public transit. But I'll turn it over to Pam to talk a little bit more about the projects that we will be including in our letter to the governor and to the budget chairs.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Pam. But before and I'd love to hear the list, but my number one question is station hardening and fare gate replacement in that priority list?
Director Allen, this is Pam Hunhold, AGM of Performance and Budget. So we have 6 programmatic or project areas rolled up at a high level. And within each of these areas, we have a number of investments or projects that BART seeks funding for. We have station investments as a category, and that includes elevators and escalators and station investments to improve the customer experience. So fare gates could be a part of that project as well. We also have state of good repair programs that include also investments in stations, including fare collection, to maintain the BART system in a state of good repair. So what we are doing is rolling these up at a high-level one-page summary for the letter that goes to the governor. But within each of these 6 programmatic areas, there are specific projects and specific costs that roll up into these costs.
Okay, and is fare gates listed specifically, or is it just it could be included in one of these categories?
Yes, fare gates are in one of these categories.
Right. But is it listed specifically in the letter? Will that be listed?
The letter, yes, the letter will contain fare gates in the categories. Okay. In the appropriate categories.
Thank you. So that's one priority that I just got to tell you, I see the word safety in these goals, these 8 goals. I think I see the word safety at the end of a sentence in number 6, which says support legislation and administrative actions to align states' transportation investments with adopted goals on climate equity, accessibility, and safety last. I would really love to see public safety be made its own goal in these advocacy goals. It is what is going to drive, in a very large part, the return of our ridership, is us making improvements to the safety of the system and to the process of fare gates and all of the things that we know are a problem for us. We've been talking about this for over 5 years, since I started 5 years ago, and directors were talking about this even before I started. I would really, really strongly ask you to make a stronger point of public safety in our advocacy goals. That said, there's something that is missing here completely, and I want to thank the public caller. I think it was Ms. Levin who called in and mentioned that the oversight of our infrastructure projects is really critical. And I would really like to see us add a goal number 9 of looking for money to fund our Office of Inspector General for further audit and oversight of the $1.5 billion of infrastructure money that is being spent each year. That is something that in my opinion, is really missing from our program. And there are huge benefits that can be obtained from additional auditing functions of our infrastructure programs, of our procurement of those programs, and how we, do change orders. We heard today about a contract with one bidder. We see that from time to time. I would like to see more oversight of the spending of the infrastructure dollars, and especially now that it looks like we're going to have even more of it. We should have programs to ensure that those monies can go as far as we can stretch them, so that we can stop talking about how we fund fare gates and actually get it done. And that's just one example. So I would really, I guess, I don't know if a motion is being made here for these goals, but can someone tell me that? Has a motion been made to adopt these goals?
I'll second what Director Allen has just said.
Well, I would like to make a motion to add a number 9 to include seeking funding, additional funding. Actually, I'd like to add this to both the federal and the state advocacy goals, a separate goal to seek more funding for the BART Office of Inspector General. So that's my motion, and I don't know if these goals have been moved for adoption, but I would move that we add that.
I'll second it.
I can support that too, but I guess we're still.
I'm done with my comments, by the way.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Ames?
Thank you. Okay. Well, Director Allen really hit on a lot of points I was going to make, but she was very good at this. I do want to support the Inspector General's office, especially when we're going to be spending so much money coming through these capital programs, and hopefully we're going to get these grant monies. And I wanted to highlight also Adina Levin's comment about, policy development and how can we, I think I got this right from what Adina was saying, but how can we develop policies so we're accountable to keep these projects within the budget and on time relative? It kind of goes along with the Inspector General work that she does and that office does. But, this happens time and again. It happens with the BART to San Jose. There's, Spur has brought this up. Seamless Transit has brought this up, that project is way over budget. And there's, if it goes over budget, we just ask for more money from the taxpayer. And this is a concern, even in my area with the Quarry Lakes Parkway, that's way over the budget that was presented. And we don't know how to get control of these projects once they get some seed money. And then we just keep going back to the taxpayer for more funding. So is there a way to develop, I don't know the mechanism. Is there a way to develop policies that could actually hold agencies accountable to kind of rescope or descope or frame a project so it stays within budget? Is that possible through the legislator or through for policy development? It's just a question for the team. I really don't know how this works.
Director Ames, to address your question, I think, yes, it's possible if it is a priority, included within the budget or a legislative effort that comes from, any member at the state or federal level. So yes, I think if that oversight doesn't exist, there is an opportunity to voice our support for that, if that is the direction of the board.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, Amanda. I appreciate that because there's an opportunity cost or, of spending so much money on one project at the cost of another project that could be more beneficial. So I hope that the board can talk about this further. I don't want to belabor this, but I do agree with Levin's comments about trying to rein in these large projects and somehow do it through the IG's office or through policy. And then finally, I do support also Director Allen's comment about getting a list of these priority projects hopefully prior to the submission to the governor or illegal of know what we're asking for from the federal and state partners. I would like to see the list of, I know we'll probably do this maybe we can do this at the study session early next year. And also I just had a question about safety related to the police department, because I saw that there was funding for beat cops. I might've got that wrong, but I thought the word beat cop came up, and that really resonates with me because I actually talked about this when I was first elected, that I want to know my police officer. I want to know the name. I want to know that person that's there at the station or wherever, and it's a presence. So they're not moving around. We're not, because we're understaffed. We actually have officers. Ideally, this would be at every station. It's not possible. They get in their cars and they move around to different stations. But typically when you need help, you want that officer close by. And of course, I agree with the other components of trying to deal with mental health crisis and the homeless crisis. That's a different skill set. I agree with that. But do you know anything about the safety of this beat cop funding mechanism that we could potentially hire more officers, police officers?
Director Ains, on the state level, I don't believe that that exists, but I know on the federal level, through the Transit Security Grant Program, BART has funded our critical asset patrol teams through federal grants. But that I am not aware of federal funds that would go directly, state funds that would go directly to the hiring of more officers.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. I would like to follow up on that to see if we can actually get some more funding for our police department. Of course, we have all these other needs, but that safety component is key. And I look forward to seeing our priority project list and more on this topic, hopefully early next year. So I applaud the team and we'll just keep fighting for that funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We still have Directors Lee, Salzman, and Dufty.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. I just want to speak to a substitute motion first, the motion on the table. First, I would like to introduce a substitute motion to approve the state and federal goals as is, if anyone would like to second that. Thank you, Vice President Salzman. The two reasons I
would like to third that.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Simon. I've got two quick reasons. First, the IG unfortunately cannot be here today, and I can simply not consider amending the goals as Director Allen suggested until at least the audit plan has come before the board. I know we have the presentation, but without having seen that, I don't feel comfortable at all adding additional dollars to the OIG and amending the goals in that way. The second thing is I just want to give a lot of props and sort of back staff up here, which is that they have really been pushing at every single opportunity possible funding for the next gen fare gates. First, it was the top level goal coming out of the federal funding request. It was basically that and the Embarcadero elevator. And so that's been very, very clear. And we know that is hopefully going to move forward with the Build Back Better bills and other, I'm sure Emily can speak to this, but I know that this is a top priority for federal funding. And second of all, I have mentioned multiple times I've been joining BART staff to go around to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors because we are making an incredibly aggressive $400 million request as part of Prop K reauthorization, our sales tax in San Francisco. And one of the top level things, once again, is making sure San Francisco fulfills its sort of end of the deal in funding the next gen fare gates in San Francisco. So I would beg to differ and just simply back up staff to say they have really been putting this next gen fare gate funding really at the top of every funding list. And so I know it's a priority. So I'd like to go with the original goals as is and appreciate those who have seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Salzman.
Thank you. So the reason I'm supporting the substitute motion is because I actually do believe that our OIG likely needs more money in the future. But what I want to see is kind of an actual thought out proposal that comes through the audit committee about what amount of funding we'd like to see in the next year and the following year. Like, let's create a strategic plan here for how we need to see the funding increase and what it would go to. And then we should talk about what makes the most sense. Because, the Inspector General, that's operating funds. Operating funds are really hard to come by, as we know. And so as we're just trying to get the funds to run our basic service, we need to make sure to not be competing with ourselves for this money. And ultimately, I think this is the responsibility, as I've been saying from before the legislation even passed that put us in this difficult situation. It's the responsibility of the region. This needs to come out of the the bridge tolls, because it came through RM3, they need to fully fund this. It shouldn't come out of new funding that could go to BART for other needs. It really needs to come out of the existing funding. And so I really think that's where we should be pushing for the funding, not going up against our other priorities, again, when there's already such slim funding available for operations. So I think we just need to have a further conversation, figure out how much money we're asking for, because we can't just say, let's have some more money. We need to figure out what we're asking for, what it would go to. Would it be hiring more staff? Would it be hiring more consultants? What new things would happen? And then have a plan and figure out how to do that. So I am committed to doing that. I think we should work on that over the coming months, but given that we don't have that information, I don't think it's appropriate to include here today.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask Director Allen, has there been explicit language in terms added about fare gates? I know that was what one of the topics. Has that happened?
Language added to what?
I thought under the priorities, state priorities, I thought that was what you were talking about.
I would love to see us add at least more emphasis in a separate line on public safety. You know, in my opinion, fare gates contribute to increased public safety. But you know, at a minimum, the hardening of the stations should be related to a real focus on public safety in transit.
Okay, so I am supportive of that, and so I'm going to wait for a moment to ask the maker of the substitute motion about that. But I would like to say that I very much agree that there should be a thoughtful discussion about more robust funding for the Inspector General's office, but I do think that we need to do a little more work on it. And, you know, with Director Allen as the chair and Vice Chair Saltzman and myself, I think that the audit committee, you know, given that all three of us have been very involved in intergovernmental and going to, you know, to the state and to the federal, why don't we work together and work with staff as well as the IG and just come up with something that we can then amend the state goals. There's no reason that we can't bring something back in, you know, 2 meetings or 3 meetings, you know, in early February, and just all be together on something and have it be something that is effective. So that's, I can't vote for the language right now because I do think that it needs more work. But I would ask the maker of the substitute motion that I do think that a separate line about safety that includes language about fare gates would be a good thing. I think that is something that is reasonable for us to do. So I don't know if you would be amenable to that.
Yeah, absolutely, Director Dufty. I think I'm open to adding it as an additional goal on state or federal, or possibly amending federal goal number 4. Is it? I don't know. Staff, I'll leave it to staff to figure out where it is appropriate to add. Sorry, Director Saltzman, perhaps you have a preference. I am totally fine though as highlighting as a funding priority, because in all of our actions and all of our documentation, it already is. So to have it in the goals, I'm open to that.
Great. So I appreciate your willingness to add that. And then I would just say that I'm very supportive of the effort to identify other paths for funding for the Inspector General's office. And, you know, I commit to, you know, to being engaged with this along with my 2 colleagues on the audit committee. And I think we can do some good work and bring it back shortly. So that would be, so I will support the substitute motion.
Thank you, Director Dufty. I see, Director Allen, you've raised your hand again, or?
Yes. So first I want to thank Directors Dufty and Lee for, you know, agreeing. I do believe the safety issue should be a separate goal, a separate line item. I thank you for agreeing to that. With respect to the Inspector General funding, there is no harm in putting a goal line item for that now. There are not one of these goals that actually has identified dollar amounts attached to them. Okay, they're all concepts, they're conceptual. So I'm not sure the harm in putting a goal in this lives on for the next year. And I get that we can, come back with an amendment with something specific, but in my experience, that's very difficult to do with this board once we pass these policies. I don't see the harm in adding an item that just says, the pursuit of, future oversight initiatives. Maybe you don't want to attach it to the inspector general, but, adding oversight as an advocacy goal into our own agency, to me, tells the public and the taxpayers and the voters and all of the agencies involved with BART that we care very deeply about our own oversight. And I think that it would serve us well to put that into these two goal documents. So I would ask you again to please add two lines, I guess, one for safety and one for the seeking additional funding for oversight in the agency.
Thank you, Director Allen. I'll turn to, I see two more hands, Director Salzman, followed by Director McPartland.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think anybody has said here today that we don't think this is important and want to include it in the future. So it shouldn't be a problem to get this back on the agenda again. Just because we haven't done it frequently in the past doesn't mean it's actually not very easy to do. And you've heard, from both of the other folks, the board members who are on the audit committee, that we're committed to doing this. So I think we can bring it through the audit committee and come back in a few months. The issue is, even though there aren't, lots of specific projects in these goals that staff have laid out, I think we all know there actually are a lot of specific projects, and we can envision what they are. Maybe we need to list them out in the future, but the staff know what these projects are and the dollar amounts and all of those things. But this one, they don't. And so we're asking them to go advocate on something without a specific ask, which is not effective. So again, I'd ask everybody to vote for the substitute motion with the commitment that we're going to work on this in the audit committee and come back at a later date, hopefully to amend this and figure it out exactly how we want to change it.
Thank you. And Director McPartland.
There we go. Thank you very much. With all due respect to Director Salzman, I have to agree completely on coming back at a later date, because first of all, a goal is something that you want to be able to achieve. And the argument after the fact is going to end up being, and I don't say this maybe, I'm saying is going to end up being, well, we never had it as a goal in the first place. That exact same thing happened when we were identifying funds as far as the goals were going to end up being, and then the earthquake retrofit on the A line was completely kicked to the curb. Oh, well, we never had it as a goal in the first place. And we never completed the earthquake retrofit to the operational level on the A line. So with that in mind, goals are something that you wish to achieve. It's not a specific objective that has to be quantified as to SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, and time-driven. Those are the things that you end up having in SMART goals, SMART objectives. Goals are what you hope to be able to achieve. If you don't put it down as a goal, it's going to be easily ignorable. So I back up Director Allen, and Rebecca, I'm sorry, I disagree with you on that one.
So I'm going to propose another substitute motion. Substitute motion would be to add two goals to each of the federal and state goals list. One would be a focus on station hardening and public safety in the BART system, read just like that. And to advocacy for funding of initiatives for public safety and station hardening in the BART system. That would be number one. And the second goal would be advocacy for additional funding for oversight measures within BART, including the Office of Inspector General. And that's my substitute motion.
Hearing no second.
Do I have a second?
Oh, I second.
Oh, thank you.
Can I ask a procedural question of our general counsel? Since that is essentially just a combination of the original motion and then the first substitute motion, is that really on the table since it is not a new motion?
This is Matt Burrows, the general counsel. The way I interpret it actually is as a new motion. There was an original motion, there was a substitute motion, and this is a combination of both of them.
Okay.
So it is proper. And I will say this is, under our rules, this is as many motions that can be on the table at a time. One original motion and two substitute motions.
So I would like to differ with you on that. My original motion was simply to add one goal to this list, and it was not to move the entire list. My substitute motion is to move the entire list with the addition of those two other goals.
I misunderstood your original motion then.
So is that a substitute motion that I just repeated to you?
The last motion that was made is properly on the table for the board to vote on.
The one from me or the one from Director?
The one from you that Director McPartlin just seconded.
Thank you.
Okay. And that motion again adds fare gates and hardening as a priority along with safety.
Number one is advocacy for additional funding for station hardening and public safety initiatives. And number two is advocacy for additional funding for oversight initiatives, including the Office of Inspector General.
Director Duffy.
Thank you. So I will still be supporting Director Lee's motion, which I believe now will reflect what Director Allen has asked around public safety and fare gates. I will not support the pending substitute motion because I do think that there is an awareness at the state level that we are receiving $1 million a year. And I think that it does beg the question. And I think in a situation where you are getting a subvention of funds that are dedicated to an office, that we have to be thoughtful in how we propose asking for more money. I think that we should just have it more together. I do share Director Allen's point that yes, oftentimes there is a broad request for funds or priorities, and it doesn't list the specifics. But I think that there is a high level of awareness among our legislative delegation that we are receiving funds for this office. And so I feel that it is responsible to get the details right, to give our Inspector General a seat at the table for the discussion. And so I just want to make it clear, it is not that I don't support this. I think that if we're going to be successful, I don't want to start off with something where our representatives are going to be asked, well, wait a minute, you're getting $1 million and why this and why not that? I think it does require more. So I welcome the vote on the substitute and then the underlying motion by Director Lee, which I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, well, I see yet another hand.
We have a public speaker.
Okay, let's take the public speaker first.
Roland LeBrun, you may address the board.
Thank you, board. And I really apologize for the late hand raising. I'm going to be brief. The issue I'm facing right now is Caltrain, believe it or not, holding the board meeting at the same time as a BART board meeting. And I've just asked them that be addressed as we advance our regional governance discussions. The first quick point is that due to the lack of closed captioning and of course the transcript, I did not clearly hear what Mr. Lights had to say about this legislation about future BART extensions and additional stations. That obviously is a topic I'm personally extremely interested in, and I could not find it in the packet. My last comment is regards to the link 21 project and the way we go about prioritizing high-speed rail. And I would like the BART board moving forward to prioritize electrification of UP and BNSF lines shared with passenger rail over high-speed rail. If we do this, once high-speed rail gets to Merced, passengers will no longer have to transfer because a high-speed train will be able to carry on either on the UP or on the BNSF lines to its eventual destination, and you will have a seamless single seat ride from point A to point B. Thank you.
Thank you. I would really like to bring this committee to a suitable conclusion. A couple of questions I have for Mr. Lights and Claire surrounding the Strategic Growth Council. And typically at this time of year, we've already heard the results of the grant applications for the affordable housing and strategic growth grants. Those grants, by the way, also fund not just the affordable housing and our TOD projects, but they also contribute toward our rail cars, our access improvements and other station modifications, and even maintenance facilities. And so I want to put this on your table that these are still out there. We have, I think, 8 applications pending that are of the utmost priority for housing, and they deliver all these other elements as well. The Strategic Growth Council has shown supreme confidence in BART in delivering these projects in the past. Last year, we received all 8 grants. And so the decisions pending right now, I would like to really push hard on this final month of decision-making. And we have talked with the transportation chairs in the Assembly and the Senate on this. As well, I want to circle back on station hardening and fare gates. In the consent calendar was the 19th Street Station funding from Measure BB, Alameda County's sales tax bond measure, for $7.6 million. And in that EDD, it notes that all fare gates will be replaced with the next generation fare gates. That was the first time that we've reached that level of a commitment. So we have prioritized. I think Amanda has heard from me at every meeting. That goes to the top of the list. And I see staff working hard to deliver those projects at all of our stations and test out our pilots in the meantime. So I don't want anyone to listen to our discussion and think that this is an either or. Staff have been working very diligently to deliver these important security improvements for our stations. I am going to support the motion made by Director Lee. Mr. McPartland, Director McPartland, is your hand raised for an additional comment?
That's correct, it is. On one last comment that I have to add to this process is that if we end up going with a motion that ends up excluding the Inspector General being noticed in this ask, as far as a goal is concerned, we put ourselves in jeopardy from the perspective of we're already being scrutinized for not really supporting the Inspector General. And this is something that has, until I just opened my mouth on a public forum, was just between us and the state legislators. And we find ourselves in a position where if we end up not including it, we're going to end up saying further testify by board action that we really are not supporting a need that is very real in the Inspector General's office. And if we don't have the fund as we start to distribute the funds, then this also gives us leverage with the state legislatures of saying, you underfunded this thing in the first place, and it should have been supported more robustly. And that ends up being able to bolster that argument that we end up having at the state level. So again, I end up supporting the motion by Director Allen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Secretary, would you please call for the vote on the Director Lee's substitute motion?
I believe point of order, mine would come first.
So actually, I will call for the vote on Director Allen's motion first. Are we clear?
Yes.
Okay.
I misunderstood Matt's
Okay.
direction.
And are we clear on what her motion is? Okay. Director Saltzman,
No.
Director Simon,
No.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
No.
Director Lee,
No.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
No.
President Foley.
Aye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have made a very strategic error here, but so be it.
John, you're out of order. That's not cool.
You're right. Okay. Apologies.
So the motion fails. And so let me go to the next order of business, Director McPartlin. Now we'll go to Director Lee's motion, substitute motion.
Can you repeat what that motion is?
So Director Lee's substitute motion was including all of the items, including a item that would include a safety element proposed by Director Duffy. But we didn't quite have staff present what that item was.
Yeah, it's going to be an additional state goal and an additional federal goal that expresses the prioritization of funding to fund next generation fare gates.
And mention of safety.
And public safety?
Yes, yes, that's right.
Are we clear on that? Okay. Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes. Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
I'm going to vote yes, and I want to thank Director Duffy for trying to come up with a compromise, and I'm hopeful we're going to get to the end game of talking about this in more detail. So I appreciate this work we're doing. Thank you. Yes.
Director Duffy,
Was basking in the glow. Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. Let's move on to the BART headquarters update. Director Ames, could you take the gavel for a moment? You're the vice chair.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn and Vice Chair Ames. So we have the next item, which is the BART headquarters update, which includes 2 change orders, and I'm going to pass this on to Kate Massenson, who will be supported by Abby Thorne-Lyman and Sylvia Land.
Thank you, Carl, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by recognizing BART as an organization for the massive accomplishment in this project. Next slide, please. Here are the items that we will be providing updates on today. starting with introduction of the transition team, project update, some commendable features of VHQ, small business participation, and some items we are requesting for board action. Next slide, please. Next, we see this transition as a handoff of the remaining construction work to maintenance and engineering from design and construction team. Next. Once all the items have been addressed and closed out, we will be working closely with real estate team on the commissioning of the BART headquarters. Next. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure our partners in real estate will be successful in managing and operating our BART headquarters. Next slide, please. We are on track in completing remaining construction activities within the first quarter of 2022. Fire pump replacement will be completed in January. Rooftop terrace will be completed in February, and all the miscellaneous works will be closed after March of 2022. Next slide, please. Let's have a moment to showcase some of our headquarters features. Of course, we'll have to start with our delightful boardroom, which will be the homeroom for most who's in this meeting today. We look forward to welcoming the board members as well as the members of the public to our boardroom at the appropriate time. On the left-hand side are photos showing some technical upgrades to our boardroom. And on the right-hand side, we have the artwork designed by the internationally recognized local artist and landscape designer, Walter Wood. Two glass artworks located at the entrance and another inside the main floor were created to reflect the layers in which BART impacts and has been impacted by the region. The portraits are selfies from actual BART patrons and few employees. Next slide. Each level is set up to take advantage of the natural light throughout the floor. Our conference rooms are well equipped, allowing seamless collaboration whether meetings are on-site or remote. We commend the work OCIO has put into ensuring we adapt to the changing needs of the district. Next slide, please. Also, another notable feature is the secured on-site bike storage that is already fully functioning and operational. This enables staff in supporting and promoting interconnectivity with transit. Next slide, please. Here are some features that we are excited to share. Every floor has kitchen and pantry with nice views. They're very functional and inviting. There are also private wellness rooms dedicated for nursing mothers, as well as those needing a quiet room for meditation and more. Up next to the next slide is for small business participation. Next slide, please. As you can see, we are exceeding commitment to our community. This is closely monitored to ensure compliance with OCR requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Work is ongoing and project is on budget and on schedule. With the action that we are asking today, we can finally complete the remaining construction in our beautiful BART headquarters. In the following slides, we will go over the items under the change order to the construction contract. Next slide, please. A portion of the change order for the construction are related to operational functionality improvements. Starting from the left, one would be a construction of door that will separate the boardroom section from the rest of the hallway. Another is construction of a partition with door on the 10th floor to close off DSO section. And lastly, the power and data distribution modification to ensure configuration on all floors meets operational needs. Next slide, please. Under the deferring site conditions category is the obstruction in the exhaust fan duct that is impacting airflow in the building. Next slide, please. Another item under the same category is the installation of fourth neutral wire at the main bus riser connection. This is a safety item. At the time this issue was discovered, stray current was observed in the bus duct. To eliminate the issue, the missing neutral wire was replaced. Next slide, please. Finally, under the deferring site conditions category is the additional steel support for our rooftop terrace. This is to further reinforce the rooftop terrace to handle the additional load from the handrails, windscreen, and trellis. This requirement was confirmed after the design of the windscreen and trellis was completed. Now let me hand it to Abby to go over the change order related to moving services in the next slide. Thanks, Kate. Abby Firm, I'm an acting director of real estate and property development. The second item we are asking for your authorization on today is additional costs incurred for the BART headquarters move and the decommissioning of 300 Lakeside. This process included completely decommissioning 15 floors at 300 Lakeside, including dismantling cubicles on 5 floors. It was an incredibly involved effort, and it was much more involved than we originally anticipated, partially because we had access to a single freight elevator in the building that we were sharing with the building's contractors and other moves. The additional move contracts, we entered into 5 contracts totaling $293,262. The actual cost of this move was $865,666. We made the decision to move forward with this because so that we could avoid the rent penalty if we were not able to vacate the building by July 31st, which would have cost us $2.2 million per month. And 47% of this work was with certified small businesses. So Kate, do you want to wrap this up with the motions?
Sure. So in summary, we ask the board to adopt motions in both EDDs as listed here. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. And we don't see the director's screen yet, so I can't tell if there are any hands up or any public comments. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
I see Director Allen. Please, Director Allen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know this has been any construction project of this magnitude is, things don't always go as planned. But I think this is really a good example of some of the things that we've mentioned before about the need for oversight and the cost overruns of the projects that we take on, even the construction of our own building, which was done through a design build process. I'm concerned about an extra $500,000 of moving costs that no one, could foresee. I think that doesn't speak as well for us that we were not able to plan for the actual true moving, or at least close to the actual true moving costs. But aside from that, it's a beautiful building, and the people who helped manage it within BART, and there's a long list of all of you, including pretty much every BART employee who works in the headquarters, I think had at least some hand in participating in this process. And so for that reason, it was a success that there was so much contribution from all around, and people coming together. So those are my comments. I think, again, this is something that again illustrates BART needs to have more oversight. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Salzman.
Thank you. I appreciate the complexity of a project like this. And from my briefing, it sounds like there were a lot of issues that led to the moving costs, and they're understandable, just kind of given the situation and the complexity of the move and some issues with the former property management. So I'm happy to move this item, but I also wanted to mention one thing, which is that, I've had concerns about the layout of the boardroom for the past, well over a year, and have been expressing them pretty much every time this item comes up. Some of it is what it is. We didn't buy the building based off the layout of the boardroom, and that makes sense. But I do want to make sure that the boardroom feels accessible in every way to the public, and that they feel like they have access to the board of directors and staff. And so I'd like to ask the general manager to work on this issue. I think there's still some problems that can be addressed, and to work with the district secretary, who I know has been hearing from some of the board members who have been able to go to the boardroom recently. So we still have some time, I think, before we meet in person. So that's the good news. And I just ask you to work as quickly as possible to address these issues and make sure we have a great experience for everybody who is visiting the boardroom in the future. So I just want to hear that commitment from the general manager. I won't add it to the motion, but just want to hear a commitment to do that.
Message received, Vice President Salzman. You have my commitment.
Thank you. And with that, I'll make the motion and see if I have a second.
Thank you. I'll second. Director Duffy? Oh, you're muted. Director Duffy, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I was trying to second the motion. So
You may second
you
the
did a
motion.
great job. I'm
your
quiet.
hand.
Everything's good. Thank you. Sorry.
Great. And Director, nope, I've lost Director McPartland. Did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I want to vote for this and expedite it and get it done just as quickly as possible. The presentation that was made to me prior to today's meeting, though, gave me comfort in the fact that the door installation that would allow security for the boardroom would end up being at the end of the hallway as you end up going into that hallway, and it extends all the way into an open parking area to the adjacent building, leaving access into the building unrestricted. Whereas we're locked down and we're secured on the front entrance, but the back entrance does not. I was told that that door that was going to be installed would be able to protect the entire building, i.e. it would be at the end of the hallway going into that back open area, parking area for the adjacent buildings. And the way it was presented here, it sounds like it was only going to be to secure the boardroom immediate area, leaving open access to the rest of the building. And I want to make sure that we get this thing off the ground and approved right now. But I would like to have a clarification on the location of that door. And if in fact it's only going to be in the area for securing the boardroom, and the directors were responsible for the safety of everybody in that building as the board of directors. And I would like to make sure we get this thing off the ground right now, but be prepared to address that issue as a follow-up possible change order. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been making the new BART headquarters my home this past week while there's construction going on outside my bedroom window at home. And I've seen many of the improvements. I really appreciate those improvements that have been made, and the change orders such as the roof. I went up and visited the rooftop deck where we've built a very solid steel cage that forms a platform for the deck. As well, I want to share that I shared a concern about the high moving costs, and it was during the pandemic. And we were under a lot of pressure to vacate, or $2.5 million, $2.2 million in rents would be charged for every month that we were not out of here by July 1st. And I believe that staff did the prudent thing by bringing in the reinforcements from the NorCal movers to expedite and make sure that we were out of here on time. So it actually saved us money, and at the same time, we were able to bring over a lot of furniture and reuse that furniture at a savings as well. So I'm voting for this. Madam Secretary, would you please call for the vote?
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Lee? Yes. Director McPartland?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. And let's now move to the Silicon Valley BART Extension Phase 2.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. So I wanted to make sure that everyone's tracking this. We have Mr. Takis Alpeas, who's actually in the conference room with us from VTA, here to present this item, which is specific to the cost, VTA's cost estimate, as it is different from FTA's risk assessment. And so there have been some questions as to what is the cost of the project and what is the difference, what are the areas of the differences between the numbers and how are the numbers created. So we thought it was important that we had Takis be here to present this as well as to answer any questions. And of course, we're here to support just as we are supporting the project with staff on the ground. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Takis, who will take on with the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, directors. Good afternoon. I've been listening all morning, and you remind me deja vu back 23 years ago, and I was saying to somebody, nothing changes, you know, we always vote together or vote against each other, you know. But I enjoy being here with you. My last presence in front of you is when I asked you to authorize the agreement with the San Francisco International Airport to build our station inside the airport. And I remember the meeting went about 9 hours that day from morning to night and so on. For that, I'm delighted to be here. I have, as you know, good friends here, and without their friendship and support, this project, it wouldn't have been where we are now. I know the committee, the four of you know that in about 2 weeks, we're gonna have the first bid proposals come in. And that's a significant accomplishment, I believe. For that, I'll take you through today everything you need to know. I answer all your questions if I can. If I cannot, you know, you talk to my board and my general manager. My general manager said she's gonna join us. She's probably listening to us as we speak. For that, can I have page 2, please? On this page, I wanted to refresh your memory a little bit that we did apply to FTA to be in the expedited project delivery, and we applied sometime, I believe, end of March, April. And about 2 months later or so, FTA accepted our application. With this decision to accept our application comes the FTA traditional scrutiny, oversight, and so on. For that, they started what we all know in this business, the risk assessment. And they hire specialty contractors who they do the risk assessment. My sharing point with you, a risk assessment is not a cost estimate. It's a probabilistic assessment. What if? And like I said to our joint board meeting, what if the price of gas goes to $7 a gallon? What if the labor doesn't like to work or shortages in labor? What about if COVID and the pandemic continues? Then after they did their review and they went through and we had quite a few workshops working together with them, they came up with a conclusion that a 30% extra cost should be included in the project as a contingency based on the risk assessment. And that is to address additional cost, address additional time, and address different risk contingencies. We review this, BART and VTA, we review this assessment. We talked a lot, and we talked to the FTA directly and indirectly, and we decided to consider it, and let's proceed. My next page, please. Here is for you, and tonight I'm gonna do the same presentation for the VTA board in this format. You can see here what FTA assessment says. Our construction budget was 4.3 billion. FTA says no, should be 5.6. That includes 1.3 extra. Why? I give you on the last column the reasons for it. They think that we should consider environmental, macroeconomic issues, market issues, that the construction, it will take longer than the 10 years now, we estimate 9. They said that we need to have more contingency because in our application, the design level we used was of a lower level. We agree with that because when we apply, the design was 10 to 15%. Today, the design is all at beatable level and more than 30%. If we had to do a contingency, a risk assessment again, the FTA calls that a refresher. If we had to do that, these numbers will go down now. Some of you are engineers here and you know that works in the probabilistic thing. They, of course, they flash out the material in construction because of the microeconomic characteristics of the market have increased. And of course, they told us the annual inflation. They disagree with us having, I don't remember exactly, 3%. They wanted to go to 3.6%. Then they, a little bit on the real estate, they address the real estate market. We have some 90 parcels to buy. Our budget was 322 million. They said, no, it will be around 413. They did some, again, probabilistic, some parcels and so on. Even on our vehicle, you know, the agreement BART and VTA have to buy the rest of the vehicles we need for the extension. They added 16 million to that by applying inflation pressure. The professional service, and here is you're gonna see it with your own eyes. The professional service at the FTA risk assessment book goes as a percentage of the total construction. When the construction goes up, we are obligated to increase this. It's like I take my Volkswagen and you take your Mercedes and we go to wash our cars, and because you have a Mercedes, you pay more than me, who I have a Volkswagen. You know, that's not very logical to increase the percentage to support the project, which may be higher in cost or not. And then the unallocated contingency. In the project, I had 551 million for unallocated contingency, and the Fed says, make that another 435 million. And they base that to the fact that at that time, we had a lower level of design, which is accurate. The application we sent in was based on 10 to 15% design because we wanted to be ahead, and it worked out as a strategy. The financial charges to borrow the money, considering the delay of the funding stream, come to the project, they did not touch it. They left it as is. Next page, please. Here I'm giving you the three sound bites, why we went from, say, 6.97 billion to 9.2 based on the risk assessment. The first answer, I already gave it to you. The design level, the Fed's review was 10 to 15%. Now the design is 30 plus, and the documents have been conformed, and they are on the street, and we're gonna starting getting bids in a couple of weeks. The schedule, the Fed said things might go slower. People may have problems through to the pandemic. All probabilistic what-if scenarios. What we did, because we had one-on-one with the contractors, we asked the contractors directly, what you think should be the duration of your contract? Is it 75 months, 85 months? And we had one-on-one, and we were able to get from the contractors an accurate assessment of what is the proper duration of each contract, and we incorporated it. And then the last one is the escalation, COVID impacts, and so on. That was a little difficult to really do something about it because it is really where we are. The pandemic continues, you know better than I because you are in the political arena. We need to be sensitive to what we hear and how the market operates. But in our case, we could only address the labor because we have PLA. VTA has a PLA with the labor unions. And through the PLA, the the annual escalation factors and so on are included. For that, that was a little bit of a safety valve. Next page. This is what's ahead of us now, how the next steps will work. Remember, I told you that they approved us and they did the risk assessment, and now we need to move to the next phase. What FDA is saying, which I know maybe they won't like me say this publicly, probably they will not secure themselves of their own assessment. I said, okay, let's arbitrate this. How are we going to arbitrate? Takis, take 2 years, you and VTA take 2 years to really get your bids in. Get all your bids in, and then when you get your bids in, we see what the true budget of this project is based on your actual construction of bids. And we're gonna have the full funding agreement ready to go. And we guarantee you, any number is your budget, as long as does not exceed 9.2 billion, we pay 25% of it. Therefore, in my words, and Carl was with me in one of those meetings with the FDA leadership, they talk about the floor and the ceiling. Let's consider the 6.97 billion to be a floor, and let's consider the ceiling to be 9.2. When you get all the bids and you know the price of this project, the feds will pay 25%. And we agree that's the best way to go. Let's go for the letter of intent, the LOI, and that's where we are out now, and that's what we're working to get our bids, as I told you. I know some of you are hearing people say, oh, the tunnel is big and costs more money and this and all that stuff. I wanted to assure you that in the risk assessment by the feds, technology of the tunnel never entered into the conversation. The design, the BART criteria, some people say, oh, the BART criteria are expensive and cost more money. None of these things were part of the discussion. The feds contractors review and provided the risk assessment based on macroeconomic factors and what, in their opinion, are the what-if scenarios. The last page, please. This is our schedule. You have seen that. I know 4 of you are in the committee with VTA, and I briefed you, Carl and I briefed you, what, a month ago? Yeah. And you know that. Here is, I added something to this for our conversation today. You see that shaded area there? This is the window we have from the feds to execute the full funding grant agreement. October 25th, 2021 to October 25th, 2023. And all of you being in this business, you know it will take 6 months and even more for FDA to execute a full funding agreement for this project. For that, we need to get ready with our budget, I would say, sooner than later. Sooner than later is as soon as we get all the bids in. By the end, next year, I will say sometime in September, we need to know what is the actual construction site. And again, in closing, I wanted to tell you, we won't have made this project progress you see today. This is, I might say that sounds like a self-serving from me, but it's not. I've been practicing this for 42 years, and I can speak a little bit. No other projects like this, it will move in this time and this speed in order to get it on the ground. And it wouldn't have been done if I didn't have the support of the BART general manager, the BART assistant general manager, and the chief operations officer, and about 38 people from BART who are working with us in San Jose. I want to publicly to acknowledge them and thank them. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Takis. I know that we have a number of public speakers, so Madam Secretary, would you please start working through the list?
Sure. Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Good report. I mean, this is a very important aspirational project. I ask that you not be intimidated by the numbers. And this project, I don't see it as a marquee project or a cause celebre, but it is a project with an equity focus on it. San Jose is actually the largest population city in the 9 County, Bay Area region, over 1 million people. For me as a person with disabilities, this project will help me get to San Jose much more easily. Don't get me wrong, the bus ride I took was fine, but there's a lot of traffic on the highway. So it is a lot of money, but it's an investment in our future. And I believe the project should be finished in its entirety in a single phase. We have to have room to put the new rail cars. So we have to have that new yard and the connection to Santa Clara. No one can really predict accurately how much these will cost. And escalation is inevitable when you have a project of such long timeline. And I think of a project, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with it. It's called MTA East Side Access in New York City. And it reached substantial completion. And the governor and the MTA CEO hosted a group of people on the inaugural train ride. And it's a new tunnel under the East River. But here's what the real treat is. When you get off in that 8-platform underground station and go up the escalator, the elevator, you get to go into the main concourse of Grand Central Terminal, the world's largest railroad station, located on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. And I think our new project can have that same kind of impact from its equity perspective of helping a lot of people. East Side Access is projected to help over 150,000 people. So we need to do this work because this project is an extension of the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional comments?
Roland LeBrun, you may address the board.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. So, okay. I'm going to talk about two things. I'm going to be talking about funding, and I'm going to be talking about the project itself. First of all, phase one was 100% over budget. It's approximately $2.5 billion because they've been maintaining 2 sets of books. And this carries on right now. I'm going to break this to you. I'm going to resolve this once and for all. They're refusing to have either an internal or an external audit. I'm going to force an external audit through a grand jury report. That's going to be the end of that discussion. Now, moving on to phase two, the funding gap is actually $3.5 billion. If you look at the LOI carefully, and I copied you on the LOI with comments, the FTA correctly identified they've got approximately $1.7 billion of uncommitted funding. And that includes $375 million in R&D, and the rest is local state taxes. But with regards to the cost overruns, it's actually more serious because they are shooting themselves in the foot with this EPD application that caps federal funding at 25%. So what's happening, if you increase the cost by $2.2 billion, they've got now an additional $1.8 billion of unfunded whatever. The total is $3.5 billion. Now, moving on to the project itself. I recently copied you another letter to the VTA that proposed a different approach to end up with a better project that's going to be delivered faster at a lower cost. There's been no response from VTA whatsoever, and I'd like some response from BART staff. Just to highlight what was in there. Number one, cutting down the single bore tunneling by 3.5 miles, just leaving a single section, a larger section, between Diridan and 13th Street. That basically takes care of the issues with downtown. And then between Diridan and Santa Clara, twin bore, which BART is familiar with, and between 13th Street and Berryessa, also twin bore that you're all familiar with. The bottom line is that you get side-by-side trains all the way to the extension, which is what we need if we ever want the system to be safe. Now, in the middle section, which is single bore, enlarging the diameter then allows you to have entrances on both sides of the street, which is physically impossible right now. And also, if you do that, the concourse will be much less lower than it currently is. It'd be so much a better experience. Last but not least, the train box will transition with TBMs is fully integrated with Caltrain, ACE, and Capital Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland.
Adina Lambeth, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, board members. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Transbay Coalition and Network of Transit Advocates around the region advocating for good regional public transportation, where we support the BART Silicon Valley project, connecting BART to San Jose, and want to see this done soon, quickly and cost effectively. And with that, we would urge the board to pursue an independent peer review to reassess the cost compared to the previously environmentally cleared twin board option, including the cost, the design, and the construction methods. The increased cost assessment of FTA is really significantly concerning. They have a database of all of the projects around the United States, and it is reasonable to be concerned that their assessment is identifying the potential risks with this project. In terms of looking again at the twin bore, the decision to go with this single bore was made for understandable reasons, but the consequences are resulting in a project that will result in significantly worse passenger connections at Diridon between BART and Caltrain, the lack of multiple entrances in the downtown area where you really want multiple entrances for a well-used subway system. So rather than waiting for a couple of years when it will really be too late to change, it would be very much worthwhile to take this checkpoint and to take a look and see whether that environmentally cleared twin bore option might potentially be able to be delivered at a lower cost. In terms of cost, there is money coming from the federal government, possibly money coming from the state, but that money is not infinite. There are many goals and needs, including Link 21 and infill stations and Caltrain capacity improvements and downtown extension. And rather than crowding out all of our other investments by paying $2 or $3 billion more than we may need to, it would be really worthwhile and prudent for the region's leaders to say, let us look at whether there is a way to get this project done more cost effectively and in a way that provides a better transit system for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin.
Aaron Eckhouse, you may address the board.
Hello, thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I live in Oakland, and prior to the pandemic, I used to take BART and the 181 bus to San Jose pretty frequently. So just based on the time I spent waiting for the 181 to turn left onto Warm Springs Road, I'm very excited to have direct BART service to downtown San Jose. However, I do have concerns about VTA's proposal to achieve that. Those concerns are not just about cost, although I do agree that that's a concern. But my biggest concern is actually about rider experience. That the extremely deep station design that's been proposed by VTA will be bad for BART riders. The choice to pursue a deep bore means that every BART rider using the San Jose station will face a longer and more challenging climb up and down the stairs, the escalators, or waiting for elevators in order to access the platform from the street and to get back to the street from the platform. That's time that really adds up across thousands of daily riders over the decades. I understand that VTA is hesitant to disrupt the streets in downtown San Jose, but cut and cover techniques have advanced a lot since BART was first built. In Los Angeles, the Purple Line extension is being tunneled between stations, while the stations are built through a cut and cover technique that closes only part of the street at once. so there's not a complete shutdown of the street anymore. I recognize also that you at BART are not in charge of this extension, but you are the organization that is most directly accountable to BART riders and is best positioned to look out for the interests of BART riders now and in the future. So I hope you will work with VTA on a design that can both save money and most importantly, create a better rider experience. So that when I do finally get to ride BART to downtown San Jose, it will be a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rackhouse.
Cliff Barger, you may address the board.
Hi, thank you. This is Cliff Barger. I live in San Francisco for 7 years. I've been a San Francisco to Santa Clara County commuter by rail. So I'm really excited to have more potential options someday to make the same commute. I'm a very strong supporter of extending BART to San Jose, but I want to express some concerns with this particular design. Some of the other commenters have hit on some of my concerns, but I just want to second the deep tunnel making for a worse rider experience. It's unpleasant to have to go up or down multiple flights of stairs just to get to or from the train, especially if you're trying to make a connection, which I think many riders through Darien are likely to want to do. And also just second, concerns about the funding. We're lucky to see the federal government moving towards more funding in the near future, but we have a lot of large projects in the Bay Area that we're going to want to see funded. It's not just BART to San Jose, there's GTX, there's the second Transbay Tube, there's California High-Speed Rail, and if this project ends up taking billions of dollars more, then it could potentially, then it jeopardizes the funding and delivery of some of those other very important projects. So hopefully we can see improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barger.
Scott Mace, you may address the board.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Scott Mace. I live in San Jose, former resident of Berkeley and Alameda, a longtime BART rider, longtime public transit supporter. I want to echo some of the earlier comments about how cut and cover can be done more economically. And I also want to highlight how the current single bore design limits the density of transit-oriented development that can be done at the stations, with single bore concrete walls to support buildings above or to the side of tunnels will not be constructed, making it very difficult and costly to build significantly around stations, reducing ridership. Also, structural reinforcements may be needed that both eat up site area and also are very expensive. I also want to point out that the Green Line in LA project was changed to control costs after they got a full funding grant agreement. If there is political will, this can be changed and keep our federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Laura Tokoff, you may address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, directors. My name is Laura Tolkoff, and I'm the Transportation Policy Director for SPUR. SPUR is a longtime champion for BART Silicon Valley Phase 2. We believe extending to BART to San Jose is a critical investment in all of our mobility and connectivity. BART Phase 2 is also one of San Jose's largest and most lasting city building opportunities, a project with multi-generational impact. So naturally, we're thrilled that this project received a great federal commitment. Yet given the FTA's cost review suggesting that the project could cost over $9 billion, we are concerned that continuing on the current path may put the project at an existential risk. We also have concerns about the design challenges that are inherent with the single bore tunnel option and that degrade rider experience, and believe that we should be exploring additional options to reduce surface disruption. We encourage BART and VTA to work collaboratively so that this project does get built and more quickly and cost effectively, and supports a great experience for riders and boosts the profile of San Jose for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tolkoff.
Derek Sagehorn, you may address the board.
Hi, this is Derek Sagehorn from the East Bay Transit Riders Union and Trans Bay Coalition. I just want to echo comments made elsewhere in support of an independent cost and scope review. I really think this is the time to take a hard look at this project to make sure that we're really building the best project for transit riders, not to meet other goals, but to increase our transit ridership and access to downtown San Jose. I want to be able to ride to downtown San Jose and enjoy the amenities and the job opportunities of that place. But if I have to, be in a 90-meter or a 90-foot tunnel underneath the ground and take an elevator to get up, it's going to really dampen the ability of me to enjoy that trip and make it reliably as a transit rider. So I really think the other concerns in terms of like both cost and design are really worth taking a moment for BART to say, what is our role as a regional entity to advocate for both our existing riders and our potential future riders? I understand there are, sectional like pressures to proceed, but the obligation of the BART board is to make sure that you're providing service that meets the needs of riders and not other factors. So again, I just really encourage you to take a look at asking for some type of independent cost and scope review, especially looking at the methods that are used in the Purple Line in Los Angeles, which is having minimal surface disruptions for businesses, and that this isn't asking BART or VTA to do something that is impossible. It's not asking BART and VTA to do something that is not even done in America. We're not asking you to look outside the borders. We're saying look down to Los Angeles, 400 miles away, and we can do something that's a win-win for both the business community and riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagehorn. Madam Secretary, is that?
No, we're not. Kevin Burke, you may address the board.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Burke with Trans Bay Coalition. I've been a BART rider for my entire life. I support the idea of having BART go to San Jose, but I just really want to emphasize you only get one chance at this. If you build stations that are really far underground and it takes 5 minutes to get to the street level, you can't go back and redo it later. In addition to the higher costs from digging out these huge underground atriums, you're talking about adding 10 minutes to everyone's commute every single day, which is going to make it that less competitive versus just driving and parking. And it's also going to feed the fuel for organizations like the Sharks that want to keep their parking in downtown San Jose. It's in your interest as BART to build stations that are really easy to access. The amount of ridership is going to affect the operating subsidy. It's going to affect the ridership throughout the system, and help you fund BART at a time when financing for BART is really, really uncertain for the long term. I did hear a staff member mention the equity angle in this project. I am very concerned that cost overruns in this project will end up crowding out funding for VTA's other projects like bus funding. Bus riders are much lower income than BART riders. It's really imperative that you can find ways to lower the cost and lower the risk of cost overruns for this project to avoid equity impacts on bus ridership for VTA. I would really urge you to look at what other projects in the US and abroad are doing to deliver projects like this at a lower cost and with more predictability. I think the twin bore approach is very promising and was used in Los Angeles to build stations closer to street level with minimal delay. I really think that you should consider that and try as hard as you can to get back to a project that's closer to the surface, which will have lower risk and is more in line with what our neighbors are doing to the south and what our best practices internationally for delivering projects like this, which will both help address costs and make sure that we can keep other transit initiatives throughout Santa Clara County on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
And Noel, you may address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ano Iludisho. I'm currently a member of the Transbay Coalition and Common Ground California, a group focused on land use and is very supportive of BART's TOD program and Link 21. I was born and raised and currently live in San Jose. I went to Berkeley for college and previously lived in San Francisco. I've used BART, Caltrain, Muni, and several other public transit agencies to get around, and I've seen how the decisions that one transit agency makes affects others. And I'm calling in support of understanding that I'm very concerned that the $3 billion cost overrun is going to crowd out the operating funding and other projects in Santa Clara County and also just broadly around the region. This won't only affect future ballot funding measures for transit and funds for needed capital projects, but it also can affect the success of other programs and other agencies' programs like BART's TOD program. This isn't a Santa Clara County issue. The entire region has challenges in building mega projects affordably, and these challenges need to be addressed. The large underground atriums increase the cost significantly, and that higher cost means money that cannot be allocated for preserving bus service or for other projects, which makes transit access less equitable than it should. The single bore design limits the density of transit-oriented development, and single bore, even though it is ideal, even though the current design was to protect businesses from long periods of digging up streets, which is a valid concern, the current boring equipment itself will need to use cut and cover. So it seems like we're trying to solve we're trying to, I guess, Rube Goldberg a solution to this problem. So I just do believe that BART, it should, I think that there is concern about the cost overruns and the possibility of adjusting the project to better reflect those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Anoyo.
Rayan, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, BART board. My name is Ryan Modushami. I am speaking as a transit rider and private citizen. First of all, I would like to say that I support the project overall. Extending BART into downtown San Jose is important. I don't want project cancellation, but I do believe we should be doing everything in our power to get this project done. I urge the board to pursue an independent peer review or to support an independent peer review to reassess the cost compared to the previously environmentally cleared twin bore option. It is important to note that this twin bore option that would result in a better rider experience, maximized transit-oriented development potential, increased use of local labor due to less specialized tunneling techniques, that this design is actually further advanced than the 30% design level for the single bore. The twin bore is at a 65% design level. So we could actually get cost savings by accelerating the design phase by picking up this twin bore option. And we also have the capacity to review the cost, constructability, and potential mitigations to street disruptions, how the cost would compare by looking at earlier versions at 30% design level for that twin bore, comparing that with 30% design level for single bore, and see which pans out better in an independent, unbiased manner. So I just want to really acknowledge that there is an alternative design that is environmentally cleared, that is further advanced, that would have better rider outcomes, that is on the table. I also wanted to comment on FTA. FTA is a reliable risk analyst. They have done countless risk assessments, and their risk assessment does suggest that this project cost will escalate closer to $9 billion than to the $7 billion that is the older VTA estimate. So I think that we should take into account and trust VTA's assessment. I'm seriously concerned that the higher operating costs for this project will result in reduced future opportunities for transit funding. We all talk about how important transit operations are, and also the higher capital costs will crowd out our ability to fund other projects in the region. We did get a lot of money recently, but that money runs out quick, and it is going to run out, and we will see ourselves having less money to spend on future projects. So I do urge you to pursue and support an independent cost review at similar design levels for the two environmentally cleared options we have on the table. Let's get this right for the next century. Thank you.
Siddharth Kapoor, you may address the board.
Hi, my name's Sid. I live in Oakland and I am a BART rider. I used to commute into San Francisco every day before the pandemic. I wanted to echo some of the previous comments about how this deep single board design does not provide an ideal experience for riders. Just to illustrate some of the issues I think that could happen here. Imagine that it's rush hour and you're getting off a busy San Francisco station in the morning, like say Embarcadero or Montgomery Station. Keeping in the existing stations, most stations have 2 or even 3 exits. So if you're at the back of the train, you can get off. You can take the staircase that's closer to there. If you're at the front, you can take one from the front. And when you have a really packed rush hour train with people getting off, you really don't want to have to walk all the way from the 10th car up to the front by the first car, waiting for a massive crowd of people ahead of you to clear and get on the stairs before you can get out. Not only does that mean you spend more time standing, waiting in a busy, crowded station, it's also just a lot more walking. And then in the proposed plan, you'll also have to either wait in a long line for an elevator or take, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 flights of escalators to get to ground level. That also means that you can't plan to get on a car that's close to where you need to go. You can't use the exit that's closer to like the direction where your office is or whatever. So I think we have a good design in a lot of the existing BART stations, and I don't understand why we would spend more money to go with a station that's designed worse and is less convenient for riders in many different ways. Yeah, so I would recommend considering looking into the double board or dual board design and seeing if that's feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadiq.
Jordan Grimes, you may address the board.
Yes, good afternoon, directors. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a frequent and lifelong rider of both BART and Caltrain. A lot of what I want to touch on has already been covered by other speakers. So in deference to everyone's time, I will try and be brief and not too repetitive. I just wanted to say that, like others, I'm very supportive of BART to Silicon Valley and can't wait to take BART to San Jose someday. But again, like others, I do think it's incredibly important that we make sure we are pursuing the most economically sound and rider-friendly path in doing so. Given the ever worsening climate crisis, we are going to need to spend the next decade doing everything we possibly can to get people out of cars. To do that, we will need to expand transit as much as we possibly can as well. And if there's one thing we all know about transit and public services in general, there is never, ever enough money for all the things that we need to do, for all the things that we need to move forward. So really what I am asking here is for us to use our scarce dollars as efficiently as possible. To me, on this project, that means taking a pause here, assessing whether or not cut and cover and a twin bore option might be more effective at reaching our goals. And then lastly, I'll just say this project really has the ability to set the tone for other transit projects in the Bay Area in the future. So I think we really need to just pause for a moment here, do an assessment, and make sure that we get this right. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes.
David Ying, you may address the board.
Hello, my name is David Ying. I am a commuter into San Jose 3 times a week. Actually, no, 2 times a week. It'll be 3 times a week soon. And I also go to Oakland most weeks at least once. So I want to say that I'm obviously very supportive of BART to Silicon Valley. It certainly would make my commute a lot easier. But I also want to make sure that as we go about doing this project, that we're going about it in the most cost-effective way. And I don't think that's going to be through the current single whiteboard and deep design. That design, as I understand it, was partially based on what happened in Barcelona with Line 9, but I think the use case there is a little bit different. And furthermore, the cost of Line 9 has gone up since then. And so I think it makes much more sense to go with a design that has been studied more and would also probably be more cost effective. In particular, I hope you'll consider finding ways to accelerate the project and reduce costs through methods such as cut, deck, and cover, which was used in LA and is also being considered for downtown San Francisco as well. Just in general, I hope that you'll use this opportunity as a way to set a precedent for making sure that projects are cost effective so that we can reduce the very high cost of building transit in the region and also in the country and set a good example for other people to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes.
Back to you, Chair Rayburn.
Thank you very much. And I want to express my appreciation to all 14 of the speakers. You've added a lot to the discussion here. I'll turn next to the board of directors. And first up will be Director Ames, followed by Director Salzman and Director Lee.
Well, thank you so much for those comments. It's so refreshing to hear the public ask for a peer review on the constructability of this project and the type of project it is. And so I've actually asked for this peer review starting around the 15% design. As an engineer, I know the constructability analysis is really important to decide if you want to go single or double bore or whatever the constructability would be, cut and cover or boring. And so you normally do this at 15% design or no later than 30% design. And staff, I would like BART staff or VTA staff to confirm that this peer evaluation has been done, because I was told it was done and it was going to be provided, but I've never received the report. So I've brought this up at several meetings. It's almost like probably 2 years now. So do we have a peer review of the single and the double bore and the complexities with both projects? And the single bore is the most cost effective. Do we have a peer review of this?
You want me to say something?
So, Director Ames, we have heard your question before about wanting to see the cost analysis of how we went from twin bore to single bore. And so we said that we would gather up documents from the past, and we are still doing that to share with you. Takis can, if he was able, since he is a newer addition to the project, but I know that there have been peer reviews conducted with APTA as well as with other agencies, with FTA that led it. And so if you wanted to share a little bit more about that, Takis.
No, I think I mentioned to Director Ames before, the twin bores, they never were clear environmentally. The decision by the board and the record of decision issued by FDA was based on the single bore. The twin bores, they never were advanced further. And like Carl said, there were numerous studies and peer reviews and so on. And in my tenure here for VTA and on this project, FDA back in the summer of 2020 did a peer review with 7 representatives. And Carl and I, we were there receiving their opinions on the single bore and so on. For that, I hope that answers your question. I don't know what else I should add here.
Well, okay, can somebody confirm that the twin bore and the single bore were environmentally cleared? Because
I'm telling you, there was not. Twin bores, they were not environmentally cleared. Never the VTA board and the record of decisions by the feds consider the twin bores. Only
I
the
just wanted to
single.
know, I want to know if it was CEQA cleared, if it was cleared with CEQA and NEPA, or it was not.
No, I don't think so. I can even check that detail, the CEQA. The prevailing entity here, Director Ames, as you know, is the NEPA, is the federal. Okay, and the federal, I know, it was not, twin bores were not cleared.
Okay, I'd like to get that confirmed. So,
We will.
okay. And then again, for transparency to the public, we do need to show how we got to the single bore. We talked about this at the last meeting even. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be posted on the website and people can look at this and scrutinize it. To me, as an, you know, have done streetscape projects before, it's very expensive to do. It can be expensive to do cut and cover. It sounds very simple, but you have to do all new utilities for all the businesses. It's very disruptive. It can be cost effective in some areas, but when you do cut and cover, it's not simply just cut the street open and then, you know, put in the facility, the structure. It involves a lot of complex utility work. And then you have to redo the whole streetscape, which looks amazing after you're done. So there is a benefit with cut and cover, and it can be done, and it has been done in Los Angeles and other places. So once we get this peer review analysis, which should be, I hope, soon, I'm wondering, Takis, if you're going to pursue innovative designs and possibly the design build teams could propose some cut and cover as part of the project, or some innovations that would reduce the cost. Are you going to consider that during the bid process?
Oh, no. Yes, we talked about this last month when we had the joint board meeting. And I just wanted to make you feel more comfortable. Out of the 1,000 points, which one of the three teams competing for the tunnel, as you know now, 250 points goes for innovation. 25% out of the 1,000 goes for innovation. Well, I'm optimistic, like you are, to see some good thinking. What these are the three best, I can say, the three of the best teams who they do this business in America. And we will see what we're gonna get from them. For that, the quick answer to you is 25% of the scoring points going for innovation.
Okay, well, and when are we gonna see those innovations? Is this what?
You and I, we're gonna be probably the last to see them. There is a selection committee which is going through, and we're gonna receive the proposals on the 10th of December. It's gonna go through to the end of January. I'm hoping sometime in February to be able to have something to brief my board, and then we will decide how we do that. We need to be careful before we have any selection to talk about these things. For that, I am very eager to see what's going on, because also, if you recall from our last meeting, we are asking for an indicative price. We're asking the three competing teams, what's the indicative price of this tunnel? Well, we're gonna have a lot of good data to know in about 2.5 to 3 months. That's where.
So let me clarify. So the time frame that Takis is mentioning is referring to the tunnel and track contract. There's 4 different contracts. The one that's live right now that they're expecting bids, proposals this month, it's for the tunnel and track work, which is a significant part of
65%
of the overall cost. I'm hearing 65%. So that's what he's referring to. It's not all 4 contracts. It's that one.
Okay. Well, it's important to show the difference between the twin bore and the single bore, and the associated costs, like I was talking about, utility connections versus no utility connections. If you're going down deep, you don't have to replace all the utilities in the street. So there is a cost to cut and cover, but there's also benefits. You get a whole new streetscape with a cut and cover. You remove out all the surface and utilities, and it's a brand new street. So I'm hopeful we're going to see some innovations like this, where we are going to see a mix, and I would like to see the peer review. You know, times are lean. Okay, even though we've got this amazing funding coming through that's going to transform the Bay Area, times are lean. And we do need to watch this cost, to try to reduce the cost as much as possible, to be transparent and show that we did our best so that we can do other projects. So I look forward to this team trying to push the design build teams to come up with the innovations and push the staff to show the peer review between the difference of cost, the constructability and cost of the twin versus the single. So those are my comments for now, and we'll just keep fighting to get the data and look forward to cost savings.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Salzman.
Thank you. First, thank you, Takis, for coming to make this presentation today. And thank you to all the members of the public who took the time to address us and provide very thoughtful comments. I was one of the directors who asked for this update. I think a lot of us had concerns when we saw the new FTA estimate. And I was hoping that today we'd get some more clarity on why the estimates were so different. And I'm a little bit disappointed that the message that at least I took from this presentation is, well, VTA has estimates, FTA is just being conservative and adding on costs. And so we're just moving forward with VTA's estimates, and we're not trying to kind of figure out, what we need to do to reduce our costs, since FTA isn't, sure of them. And I, like a lot of the public commenters, have a lot of confidence in the FTA in assessing these projects. And we have to keep in mind, VTA's never constructed a project like this. BART has never constructed a project like this with the single board. So it's new to us, and I would think FTA would have a better sense of that. So what I'd like to see moving forward as we bring forward these updates is how we're going to figure this thing out, and not just putting FTA's assumptions aside. I do have some questions. First is, my understanding from digging into this a little deeper is that when FTA gives a cost review, they specify a lower, upper, and most likely cost, or they typically do that. So I wanted to know, the $9.1 billion figure, is that their most likely figure, or is that their upper? And if it's their most likely, what was the upper figure that they provided?
So this, Director, the estimate or the risk assessment that FTA put together is, as Takis said, it was probabilistic, and it was based on a number of what-if scenarios. And so this was the P65 version of it, which is the 65% likelihood of the risks and the costs associated with those risks, that they would be added on to VTA's cost estimate.
Yes.
And so I'll turn it to Takis to.
Yeah, and that's correct. And that was, like in my presentation, Director Saltman, I said the ceiling and the floor. The floor is the 6.9, the ceiling is the 9.2. And then we decided with FTA that let's get a bids. This, like you said, this is a project new, not only to BART and VTA, to the federal government, to the United States. And they are excited to see some technology like this proceed. That's the reason they selected us for the APD. The single tunnel is the #1 innovation the Feds is looking in this project. For that, say, okay, let's go to the bids now. Let's start it. You have 2 years to collect your bids. And that's what we're doing. For that, when we have the bid, the tunnel is to 65% of the whole construction. The next one it will follow, it will bring us to 75%, 78%. The third one, it will bring us to 82%. At that time, we're gonna know the level of confidence of what our budget for VTA to enter to an FFGA with FTA. And I know FTA is in full support of it.
So I did hear you talk about the floor and the ceiling, but there's nothing that I've heard that tells me that this is actually a ceiling. We've seen lots of projects go up in costs, go up in time they take, just like the first phase of the extension. So I'm really uncomfortable with that terminology, because we have no idea what the ceiling is.
Yes, and they said the ceiling tag is VTA is 9.148, and we're gonna fund 25% of it. That was the commitment. That's on the LOI.
But I mean, so the FTA said that the possible ceiling for this project is 9.1. I don't understand. That doesn't sound like a thing that they would say.
That's based on the risk assessment. The upper value for this project is 9.148, and they are willing to fund 25% of it. That's what they say.
So can we see the documents from FTA that say this? Because all I've seen is kind of the news articles. So I guess I'd like more information so I can see what FTA said so we could clear that up.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. The LOI is a public document. We share it with you, Bob and Carl. Yeah, we'll give you that. Yeah, that's that. I try the best to. This is not easy things to explain in this forum. You know that, Director Sullivan. So I'm trying to put it in a way at least we understand it as the practitioners. Yes, it's the floor and the ceiling, and if you go above 9.14, you're on your own. I don't know, but any number below that, we fund 25% of it. That's what FDA is saying.
Okay, so they're saying the most we will fund is up to this, but they're not saying that it's actually the ceiling where it could go up to. Okay, now I think I understand better.
That's how, I don't know, Carl and I, we had the last meeting with FDA administrator on that, and that's how we got it.
Okay. So I was a little bit confused in the questioning of Director Ames and the response to her saying that the dual bore was not, the twin bore was not environmentally cleared, because I remembered that it was. So I actually went and Googled it and found a VTA press release from 2018 saying that both single and twin bore were cleared. So did something change since then?
I don't know about the press release. You probably read it right. What I know, the record of decision handed to me to run this project only has one option, and that's a single bore.
So my
and we can make that
understanding,
available.
and I'm not a practitioner on this, but that the record of decision is different. What has been decided is different than what's been environmentally cleared. So my understanding is both actually were environmentally cleared, and then what was decided was to go forward with the single bore. And I don't dispute that that's what was decided.
I hear you. I can have the environmental planners look at it. The record of decision issued by FDA, which provides the green light for the project to go to the next phase, the phase we're at today, was based on the wide diameter tunnel on the single bore. But I am not aware of that. We make that available to you.
Okay, so just, I guess, to everybody on the board, from what VTA's website says is that it was environmentally cleared. It sounds like two separate issues. So it has been environmentally cleared, but they haven't moved forward with seeking funding for the twin bore type of construction. So, you know, a lot of public commenters asked for an independent, cost and scope review, especially now that, you're at 30% design, and what you've told us is because the estimate was done at 15% design, that is some of why, FTA has some concerns about it, because that's not much of the design, and now we're at 30%. So what would it take to do an independent cost and scope review, and to considering that, to at least look at, would the twin bore reduce the costs, or would it be the same cost, or would it be more cost, to at least, look at the costs? Do we have the information to do that? What would that take? How extensive would it be? How long would it take? So I guess I'd love to hear from both BART and Takis on this.
That's a tough question you're asking me. We are in the pre-bid period here. We're bidding these contracts to get the actual market cost, bid cost. Go back and study this type of comparison. I don't know if the feds, I need to think. I don't think so. My reaction right here on the second is, I don't think we need to go back to the, but okay, we will talk and come back to you. It's a very difficult question. Forget what you're doing, pause, and go study twin bores versus the single bore. I think all these things were studied before, and the decision was, I believe, to go for the single bore. And Okay, we need to get a little bit more to that.
So another option could be, while we're in a live procurement for one and actually two contracts, is to look at something for the other two contracts that are out in the future. But we can talk offline to see, with VTA, to see what do we think we can gain from it in that effort, given the resources that would be needed. But that could be another way to at least have some type of independent review. However, that, as Takis explained, 65% of the cost is right now in a procurement. And so we will have tangible numbers within the next couple of months.
That's the whole thing. And
so I think once we have those tangible numbers, we'll be in a better position to see where do we think we need to go forward from that point.
So my understanding, though, is once we have the tangible numbers and they're public, not that staff sees them, VTA is going to go ahead and make a decision and award bids unless they're, double or whatever. I don't know at what level they wouldn't just award the contracts. That's what makes me nervous about this process moving forward now, is we have no idea where these numbers are going to come out. And I understand that's true anytime you go out to get some folks to bid on something. But we have this FTA estimate that's much higher. We're going out. It could come in, the first one could come in much higher, but it still could be awarded. And then aren't we stuck at that point? And my understanding at that point is the BART board doesn't have much of a say. It's been awarded. BART doesn't have any authority over who it gets awarded to or what the amount is. So that's just a VTA decision. So I'm trying to understand how we can get some more information before we get to that point, or how we can have some discussions maybe at the next BART VTA meeting about how to move forward collaboratively and make sure we're considering the risks if these things come in, way over the estimates.
Couple of things to help you for our discussion. As part of the selection process in the evaluation committee, BART has a senior manager involved. For that information to BART, it will be given the same moment the VTA staff have, and the outside agencies. There are 4 other agencies involved in the selection, in the evaluation, also to maintain transparency with everybody. Then after we know, we're gonna take it to the VTA board. And maybe we should have a meeting, VTA and BART joint board, to discuss these things to see. But I'm telling you, the feds are watching everything. If our tunnel contract comes at some level or $1 below, the feds will be very comfortable with that number. For that, that's all I can tell you right now. We are in an open procurement method. I cannot share with you engineers' estimates and so on and so forth. But there are 3 dimensions here, and Director Salzman. 3 dimensions: it's BART, VTA, and the feds. And we're working with each other as much as we can. But your point is well taken, and we're gonna have a joint board meeting sometime in March. That's when it will be the right time, because right now the schedule looks like if everything goes okay, and this is heavy business, as you know, in April is the VTA board supposed to take an action. For that, maybe sometime the end of March, we can have the joint committee meet. That's my thinking right
So
now.
what you're hearing is, as we're talking this through, proposing a joint BART VTA committee meeting sometime in March, in advance of the project going to the VTA board
for approval of the contractor, yes. So that's an idea. I don't know.
I'm nervous how far forward we're going, potentially with more than a $2 billion funding gap. So it makes me very nervous about the project, and I don't want us to get to the summer and have to basically start all over. So that's why I'm interested now in, starting to look at this independent review, if that's the way to go, or if there's some other way to get there, and to look at what the options are on the table for seriously bringing down the costs of this project. So just moving away from the cost issues, there was some talk today, and I've heard a lot of other talk in other places about interest for the downtown station and having another entrance on the south side of Santa Clara Street. And so I wanted to know how that could be accommodated and what the journey would be like from somebody, you know, going from BART to that entrance and how that could be worked out.
Yeah, that's a good question. The downtown San Jose station has on the base design two entrances. Already, two entrances. They are both on the north side. And the request is from VTA board, as well of some of you, to have an entrance on the south side. For that, what we decided, because that entrance hasn't been clear environmentally, to provide a knockout panel. And I explained it the last time, and I think Director Rayburn's question, I think he asked me, that how the knockout panel works and what accommodations we do. And I follow what I did at Washington Metro. Prepare the site, provide the knockout panel, and come later and do the connection. And that's what the design includes now.
So can you walk me through, I'm just trying to understand like how that, and if you want to follow up with information, if this is too detailed.
Yes, I would like to follow up with you.
But I'd like to get a better understanding of
yes,
how long the walk is, what that journey is like. Does it make sense? All of that.
Yeah, I can give you the answer to the first one. 82 feet, crossing from the one sidewalk above the tunnel crown and drop yourself through the head house. I will have that. I think you have it. We will have it for you.
Okay.
We will have it.
Thank you. So I guess that's all I'm going to say today, but I guess my request moving forward was I'd actually like to see this on the agenda regularly moving forward. If, you know, maybe every other month or something, so we can have more discussions. And I think, you know, besides the BART VTA committee, I actually think it would be time some next year to have a full joint meeting of both boards. We did this, you know, years ago. I think it was really effective, but since we don't all interface a lot, I think it would be good to get everything on the table since we're in this together. Thank you.
Yes, we'll
Thank
do
you,
that.
Director Saltzman.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yep, thanks. I do have a lot of comments, but I'll just first say that everything that, you know, Vice President Saltzman, I'm fully aligned with that, would like to be on record. First, I'd like to ask BART staff, maybe Carl, my understanding is that FTA was invited to be present and answer questions. Is that correct, Carl?
No, Director Lee, that's not correct. I think when I was answering your question about that offline, my response was that they were not going to be present, but we didn't invite them. They were aware of the fact that we were doing this presentation, but there was no request for them to be in attendance. If it should come to pass that we want to do that, we can certainly invite them, and I'm sure they'd want to have their PMOC consultant to be in attendance as well.
I would say that I would absolutely like to see them at the next meeting and the next update on this. And if we need a more formal inviting letter to send to them to get them here, you know, present fully, I'll work with you drafting that. But I think it's really important because there's a little bit of, well, FTA said this, or, you know, we really need FTA in the room to understand whether the 9.1 billion is a ceiling or not. And we're making a lot of interpretations about FTA who's not in the room. So I would say having FTA in the room in the future is really important. So at the top, I'd like to just first be really clear that I am absolutely supportive of this project to extend BART to downtown San Jose. I know how important this is. I know that we have to continue to advance this project, and making this connection is so important to regional transit connectivity, expanding rapid transit in San Jose, providing affordable mobility options to a huge new audience and beyond. Like, it's literally projects like this that actively address the mega commutes and the car reliance that exists in California and in our region. Even myself, I just recently moved within San Francisco, and I literally chose where I lived based on Muni access and being along the 38 Geary corridor. We all know plenty of folks who choose where to live based on how close, you know, that residence is to BART. So bringing BART to downtown San Jose is huge for public transit ridership and for BART, and I get that. But the bottom line is that this project should be cheaper and it should happen faster. It's what the public wants, and I believe it's possible, and we should not be barreling forward based on inertia alone. So as Chair Rayburn has already noted, we had 14 folks calling in today. I just really, really want to thank the advocates so much for coming out and speaking up today. The fact that we're getting advocates from Oakland, from San Francisco, from San Jose, and all over the Bay shows how many eyes are on this project, because there are a ton of people who really, really care and really want to see this happen in the best way possible. So based on what I'm hearing from advocates, there isn't a risk of federal funding, even with the rescoping, given the Boston Green Line example. Advocates are raising concerns about how this design may restrict TOD, impact the rider experience, et cetera. I'd really like at the next update from BART and VTA staff to be more responsive to these specific concerns, because at the end of the day, you know, our constituents, you know, folks who are riding BART, those are people, you know, we need to be representing here. I will say, you all know, I'm in DC right now. I've been taking Metro to get around. Metro is famously deep with these beautiful stations. I will say though, that getting from the platform level is radically different versus BART. With, like, you know, we've got there's long escalators here and very lengthy vertical access. So while these things seem like very far off concerns, they are very, very real from the rider experience. I share all of the concerns that Vice President Salzman has brought up around the difference in the budget estimates and the feeling that these changes, I feel like a lot of these changes are based on what if and hypotheticals. We're not just making some early guesses here. This is a $3 billion difference between what VTA is saying versus FTA. And my understanding of all this in that conversation around whether 9.1 billion is upper, lower, middle bound, et cetera, what I will take this to mean is that FTA has said 25% of 9.1 billion is what they will fund, not that they are confirming that is the ceiling of the costs. I'm really deeply concerned about the ballooning costs. And I just want to be honest, public agencies, especially transit agencies, don't exactly have a great track record in the Bay Area and beyond, even in delivering major capital projects on time and on budget. And where we're at right now is honestly not instilling a lot of confidence in me. I know that Ms. Dubree brought up the example of East Side Access in New York. As someone from New York, I'm very familiar with that project, and very infamously, New York Times called that the most expensive mile of subway track on earth in 2017, because it cost $3.5 billion per mile. So in terms of ballooning costs, like, let's not do that, and let's really, you know, get answers right now. So with all that said, I am extremely supportive of the folks who've called in and the advocates asking for an independent cost review of this project. I think this is absolutely the right time to do that. The next time VTA and BART staff present to the board about this, I would like some sort of update on where things are at. I will volunteer myself to have meetings as needed to advance that, but I think that independent review is really necessary right now. So lastly, some questions for you, Takis. Thank you so much for being here and presenting today. I know that you're going to be at the VTA meeting tonight too. I just want to note for you, Takis, I know, I'm not sure if you've come before the BART board in the past, but I recognize that you and your team are advancing a lot of work, attending a lot of meetings, and pushing out a lot of documentation. And I did know that you mentioned to Director Ames, you presented some information that passed to another committee, or that, you know, you share this letter of intent with Bob Powers. And I will just say those meetings and documents are different than presenting to this board today and the 9 of us here. So I acknowledge this may seem redundant or mundane, but for better or for worse, this is part of the process of building BART to San Jose. So I will end with just a couple questions, which you can call them sort of dumb people questions here. You noted at the end of your presentation, you've got many, many years of experience in this field. I openly admit I'm the youngest person on this board. I have no such technical experience. I'm just someone who really loves transit and got elected to this board. So noting that BART had historically preferred the twin bore option, but we, you know, BART staff is on board now with where VTA is at. Just sort of explain, like I'm 5, what VTA's preference for single bore is. The thing I have heard in this presentation is that, you know, the technology for construction is innovative, but I don't necessarily find that really transit or transit rider centric. So explain in simple terms why single bore.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sorry. the single board technology was adopted and approved in 2018. And there is a body of work why the leadership, the elected leadership, feels that's the way to proceed. That document is public. I can send it to you. Carl can make it available to you. Okay? For that. They had scores of reasons why they didn't decided on this technology and decided on this technology. They submitted to the feds and they got concurrence from the FDA, from the state. They did CEQA, they did NEPA, they did everything. This documentation exists and that can be very easily available to you. But
I really would like on public record though right now, you're telling me other important elected officials have reasons. Can you summarize a few of those basic reasons why single bore is really the way to go forward?
Yeah, the disruption to downtown. The disruption to downtown and to the small business around the Santa Clara Street was this is my word, a red flag of going with twin bores and cut and cover 1,000 feet, 80 feet deep boxes in downtown San Jose. They were afraid the business will die and takes years. And look the purple line now in LA and look what's going on in Beverly Hills, for example. For that, it's not easy to do this type of things. Well, and plus they had other reasons and so on. For that,
I feel like downtown San Jose might object to being compared to Beverly Hills, I will just say. Are there other, I hear you around the disruption of the construction to downtown San Jose.
Utilities.
Underground utilities.
Underground utilities. It's an old city, was built in different phases. There is not good documentation of all the utilities. So VTA had an experience, did a light rail project going downtown, and it was very painful for that. They were looking for some way to go under the utilities. I know Director Ames should know better than me on that, I think. They went really under the utilities, and there were quite few reasons why they selected to go. The real estate availability surrounding the twin tunnels, have to buy more real estate, have to take more real estate out of the private sector and the business there in order to build stations outside the center line of the tunnel. For that's all I can share with you today.
I will say that if $3 billion could be injected into the downtown San Jose business community, so be it. Let's do that. I don't find this reason, honestly, incredibly convincing. And so maybe you just need to be able to explain to laymen like me. But I really think this question of why single bore cannot simply said, but there's documentation, Director, please read the documentation. Oh, but elected officials before me decided this. I think whether it's a PR communications thing, I think this question of single bore versus twin bore is critical. Yes, sorry, you want to say something?
No, Carl and I can come and meet with you and take you through the documentation, highlight a few bullets, and share with you why this decision was made. If that's not sufficient, I think the mayor of San Jose should address your questions.
I'm asking FTA to be here. I mean, I do think you should be able to answer this in a public setting and not just a meeting with me. So my last question here for you, Takis, can you clarify what level of design the twin bore design is at? My understanding is that twin bore has advanced to 65% design. Is that correct?
Yeah, they advanced the twin bore to 60% design, and that was ended sometime in 2015.
Sorry, 60 or 65% design?
I don't know, 60-65%. This is. My understanding is it was a Thursa middle, which was between 60 and 65%, and
how far has a single bore design advanced?
35%.
55%. Okay, so they're
35%.
35. Okay, got it. Yes. I know I had some tough comments here, but I appreciate you taking the time to answer. So I'll just end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. I earlier had Director McPartland in the queue.
Director Ray, I'd like to say something. The 65% design and the 35% design, they are not comparable by using the two percentages. The 65% design reflecting the codes, the public codes of that era, is to do design, bid, build. It was a thought back then to do the traditional way, design, bid, build. The single board we're doing now is going through the progressive design build, which means the contractor, he will come on board, he will say, he will get what we're giving and advance the design to 100% and then give us the cost estimate. That is how the construction community in these big projects work. The contractors want to de-risk the project using their own engineering and not depend on the owner's engineering.
Okay, thank you. Let's Director McPartland and then Director Ames. Alan, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. The directors Ames and Lee ended up covering a lot of territory. I just wanted to, and they were the same direction that I was going, and I don't want to be redundant, but I definitely want to back them both up. And particularly as far as Director Ames is concerned, she ended up asking the question about a peer review. And I don't want to accuse somebody of being duplicitous, but they never even answered the question. It says, well, that information is available. We can end up getting information here from here. If she's been asking for that information for a long period of time, and I got news for you, I can end up giving you information on people within my district. All I have to do is walk in and put a telephone book on the table, if they make telephone books anymore. But the whole idea here is gathering the data doesn't mean that it's been digested. Or that, and if she's been asking for that kind of information for a period of time, then I'm wondering whether I'm going to be careful with my adjectives here. I'm wondering whether there has been an honest effort to try to end up being unilateral, or whether we're suffering from tunnel vision in some of the things that we're doing, and especially in answering piercing questions that elected officials may have, because in the final analysis, it's the railroad and the construction folks and the contractors' job to build the best and most efficient train public service that they possibly can. It's the elected officials' responsibility to provide for the best interest and the safety of the people that we represent. Now, those should be synonymous, but if they were, you would need elected officials. So it's our responsibility to ask those kinds of questions. And so for that, with both Director Lee and Director Ames, thank you very much. That's it for now.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. So first, I want to thank Director Saltzman for, a lot of those questions were really great questions, and they all need to be asked, and as well some of the others from Directors Lee and Ames. And this has been a robust discussion. So I don't want to go back into most of those things, other than I do want to say on the design build issue, which I think you just answered this question. That design bid build on the twin bore versus the design build, sort of design as you go process, which we are doing now, that does save a lot of time in the project going forward. So I agree, you can't really compare the two, because in design build, you are literally designing as you go and making decisions as you go. What that does is that prevents the long upfront part of design and then going into the bid process. So there's give and take on both processes, but I think that you're correct. In many of these large infrastructure projects are now being done in the latter program, and I don't disagree with that. But with respect to Director Ames and the peer review, I want to kind of take that just a little step further. And the question I have is, I notice in these presentations that we've had multiple times, we keep going back to the cost estimate that was given to the FTA when we applied for the funding versus the cost estimate that came out of, or the potential high, ceiling of the cost estimate that came from the FTA as a result of the risk assessment. Those things were done quite a while ago, and we sort of keep going back to those numbers. And so my question is, does VTA or the team, do they actually have a full-time cost analyst employed as a part of this project to keep the cost updates going? Because every time a design change is made, a design decision is made, there's going to be a cost impact. And so for us to keep going back to those original FTA, estimates that we presented, to me, in today's big infrastructure construction world, there's always an analyst that's on board that's continuing to update the costs as we go. And to just say it's somewhere in a $3 billion range, to me, is not really acceptable. So do we have an analyst team on board here?
Director Allen, I have 16 construction cost estimating department. They follow everything every day. Why? For many reasons. Because we need to have that too. Is FTA PMO requires a monthly report, and the cost trending is part of that report. For that, every time anything be added to the scope, or if God forbid added to the scope, have to be good to go through the construction cost estimating. They maintain the logs. And again, Director Allen, I said that before, the $2 billion extra FTA is talking is not an estimate. FTA took our estimate and did the probabilistic what if scenario. Like I said, if the gallon of gas is $7.20 tomorrow, that it will add more to your project. If the labor shortage, if COVID continues, it is typical in this business. And you don't expect the feds to do a risk assessment and say, oh, your budget was great, add another $500 million out of it. That doesn't work like that.
Okay, so maybe what we could ask for on an ongoing basis in these meetings is to actually get sort of this is where we believe the costs are today, and some form of an escalation for cost increases. These things are projected all the time, that over the 10 years, the cost would escalate by this much, and we pick a center point average. And maybe we could just keep getting an update, because I would not expect us to keep going back to the same cost estimates. And I think maybe that would make all of us feel better. At least it would me if I knew that we were getting regular updates on the cost of this project that were real time. But with respect to the comments we heard about the twin bore versus the single bore, I was on the board when this decision was made. And there was a lot of conversation, a lot of public input. And in particular, what's most important is there were a lot of experts hired who looked at it and assessed it. And if I recall correctly, VTA was really pushing the single bore because of the business impacts, as was the city of San Jose. And BART was reluctant to do that. But ultimately, our team got what it needed to actually step up and say, we think that the single bore will work. So for us to go back and revisit that, I think, that's a major setback in my eyes, to go back and start talking about, should we go back to a twin bore? Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And for being brief. President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. First off, I want to apologize for my improperly sizing the PAL committee today. Just to let you know, this is equivalent to an Antioch to Millbrae round trip. That's what we've spent today doing this committee. So we will work harder to make this be a little more efficient in the future. And secondly, I think that the board fully supports and wants BART to San Jose. In fact, we want it sooner. My daughter hopefully is going to San Jose State next fall. Can we get it done by then? I doubt it. But certainly there's a desire and a drive to do that. But it's clear also that there are competing priorities, and there were competing priorities about how to approach this. So I do think that now is the right time for us to get a joint board meeting together sooner rather than later to just check in about where we are as the two boards and talk about going forward and how we can do that in a productive way and in an efficient way. So I'm certainly on board and would support the opportunity to be there when we can get together and talk about that. And I want to thank the folks from VTA for coming and giving the presentation today. It was very informative. I appreciate you being receptive to lots of public comments and lots of questions regarding this. So thank you for attending today. And I'll turn it over to Chair Rayburn.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for hanging in there with us. And I think this project deserves this level of discourse. And I want to just say that the cost is something that will come out real soon. The bids in February will determine if the project is feasible. We'll know where we're going. But I'm not just satisfied with moving forward with the project as it's being proposed. And I want to make some constructive comments, particularly around the stations and the access, the fire life safety. First of all, we always have to put the customer first. Thank you, Director Partland. We cannot reduce the costs of this project on the backs of our passengers. The station notice to proceed is shown as occurring in mid-2023. And so we have some time to make course corrections and make sure that we're actually looking at a project that we want. Because right now, there are elements that I just can't abide by. And I want to know first and foremost, whether or not the fire life safety and security report that was completed, it's a record of decision on October 8th, prior to the FTA's announcement, which was, I think, the 25th of October. Was that fire life safety with all the mitigations that it included in there for ensuring that there would be adequate emergency access with new portals leading to the street from the two downtown stations in particular? Are those elements woven into this $9.2 billion project?
So it's included in the base project, and it's not only included. Well, I'll just say this: it's included in the estimate that VT has put together for the project. So it's part of the $6.9 billion estimate.
It is.
The conclusion to that report, Dr. Rayburn, you're referring, the October 8th, were anticipated. There were no surprises there. There is a team of 7 people who work non-stop. Director McFarland knows that stuff. But we knew these things will come back from the fire marshal in San Jose, the fire marshal from Santa Clara. For that, accommodations were made. Like Carl said, we don't have a bogey on that one.
Well, to date, that report is the most detailed report that I've seen, and I've been attending not only the joint VTA BART meetings, but also the Diridon Station meetings. And this was the most revealing report because it actually identified page after page of mitigations for fire life safety. But customer convenience is also of paramount importance, and much has been made about providing access to both sides of the Santa Clara Street. And at the last Diridon board meeting, I was told point blank not to expect a station exit on the north side of the Diridon station. And so I went and looked at the SAP Center, and lo and behold, on the corner of West Santa Clara and Barack Obama Way is the entrance. That entrance has a stairwell with 8 flights of stairs, wide stairs, and 2 escalators. Now, can anybody imagine a game or a concert? And by the way, the SAP Center is, prior to the pandemic, one of the largest, most heavily used centers beyond the sports. So can you imagine what happens when that lets out and those 8 flights of stairs and the escalators are filled with people headed to the street, and they have one button to push amongst the thousands of people? It's a 18,000 capacity facility. I cannot see that happening, not on a day in, day out basis, that we would employ police to get people across the street. So I think it's imperative that by the mid-2023, that we have a plan that spells out fire life safety and the customer access to those 2 downtown stations.
Director Rayburn, I knew you were going to ask me that question. I knew I was coming.
I'm glad I'm predictable.
And I felt the last time we were together, I didn't have the numbers. So I wanted you to see. I have my notes here, and I'm going to read you from my notes now, the actual numbers. Diridan Station, total vertical devices 15, 12 escalators, 2 passenger elevators, and 1 service elevator. I hope that answers your question about customer service. I give you a little bit more numbers. I know you will like that. Downtown San Jose, total vertical devices 25, 16 escalators, 7 passenger elevators, and 2 service elevators. And that's from the design documents.
But will
hope
any
you
of
smile.
those escalators or elevators go to the opposite side of the street?
Yes. Yes.
Hang on. So the question he's asking is, are they on opposite sides of the street? They're on one side of the street.
One side of the street.
Yeah.
They're on the other side.
So
I thought
again,
you were talking the exit. Yeah.
the throngs of people leaving the SAP Center would be faced with, oh, gee, we need to walk across a busy arterial. This is, San Jose is the largest city in the Bay Area today. It's going to take off with the Google development that is coming around the Diridan station. It is going to definitely grow beyond the number of stores in the downtown today. We have to plan for the future, and it's been pointed out over and over again that we've done a great job in designing the original BART along Market Street and in downtown Oakland and in downtown Berkeley, where you get off the train and you can pop up at whatever side of the street you need to be on. So we have to get there, and we have until mid-2023 to get there. And again, I'm not going to accept balancing the budget on a project on our passengers' backs. That concludes this POW committee.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I appreciate you wrapping that up for us. Thank you. All right. I know we are almost to close session, and it is getting a little long in an hour, but let's try to move in as quickly as we can. So let me turn it over to the general manager for the GM's report.
Good morning or good afternoon now, President Foley, Vice President Salzman, board members. A couple of updates from the general manager here. First, I wanted to update the board. I talked to the Vice President yesterday on this topic, and I have an update So this morning, the TSA, working with the CDC, announced that the extension of the face mask mandate until 18 March 2022. It applies to individuals across all transportation networks throughout the United States, including transit. So face mask mandate until March 18th, and we'll work and make sure that our signage and our notifications and all that in our in the stations reflect that. Yesterday, I participated in with East Bay EDA, and it's the Economic Development Alliance on EDA, and it was moderated by Tess, who runs ACTC. Many of you know Tess. I was on the panel. There was a doctor, an infectious disease doctor from Sutter Health. The GM of Hacienda Business Park was there, and the Bay Area Council was there. And Director Allen, was nice to see you on that call with me as well. So thank you for attending that. It was a good discussion, I thought. Quite interesting. I learned a few things myself. Holiday Toy Drive. A reminder that donations for the toy drive online through 10 December, and today is the 2nd of December, so we have about a week or so on that, and then in person at BHQ through the 16th. This year's Holiday Toy Drive is going to be hosted by the Office of External Affairs, Mr. Rod Lee, and the Police Department, Chief Alvarez, and it's going to benefit low-income disadvantaged families from Contra Costa County. And if you have questions on that or need some additional info, run through Rod's office in Linton Johnson for additional input on that. Here's a good bit. So Alaric had to leave, but we're hosting on site right now as we speak. We had one this morning and one's going on right now. 2 vaccination clinics on site on BART property. This morning we were at Hayward Shop, and this afternoon we are at Concord Shop to get our employees vaccinated. Easy access to get their vaccination. And as of yesterday morning, we had 105 appointments had been made, which represents about 20% of BART's total unvaccinated population. So pretty impressive right there. And so Alaric and HR and Shane Edwards down here, you know, we're working with our local healthcare providers to schedule additional sessions. You know, next week, the following week, as many as we can to help get our employees vaccinated. And right now we're at 85%. 85% vaccinated, 15% unvaccinated. And obviously those numbers will go up with 105 getting vaccinated today. And I would say this on my last update here, President Foley, is ridership is continuing to trend up and encouraging. You know, ridership leading up to the Thanksgiving holiday was positive, on the positive slope. And we had the highest ridership week of the pandemic, the week of 11/15. The highest average weekday ridership was during the same week. So we're hanging in there even with the holidays approaching here. And Pam and her team continue to provide the board the ridership numbers, and we're tracking on it very closely. So with that, President Foley, Vice President Saltzman, I will turn this right back over to you.
Thank you. It looks like we have a couple of public commenters. Let's go to them.
Alita Dupree, may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Good report. I always enjoy hearing the general manager reports of Bob Powers, just as I always enjoyed the reports of Grace Prenikin. I appreciate the updates about masks and vaccination. You know, COVID is real. I'm dealing with it every day. I have some masks. I told you about me getting vaccinated. Maybe someday I'll get vaccinated in Grand Central Terminal, but I'm going to go where I can get it. And I went to the drugstore, supermarket pharmacy nearby. And I appreciate you setting up these vaccination clinics. we have to make it as easy as possible for our BART family to do this and to incentivize it and to have atmospheres in that space, because, sometimes I'm afraid of needles. So we want to have as much a calming and meditative space that people can go into as they receive the vaccination, and then the 15-minute watch and wait period. I mean, I'm doing fine. So yeah, these are two real hallmarks that I see in this report. Yes, federal government has taken the mask mandate out to March. I mean, COVID's still a problem. And I wear it on an airplane. And, none of this is easy. And, BART is kind of like airplanes. There's going to be some turbulence. You don't have to like it, but it's not unsafe. You don't have, I'll paraphrase, there's a psychologist out of Australia, Dr. Posen, who said, I think he said something like this: you don't have to like roller coasters, but you can deal with it. So these are hard times, but the sky isn't falling. So I would hope that the district secretary is sharing my letters with Bob Powers and other members of the team. After all, they are public record. Anybody should be able to see those. So if that's not being done, I would ask that the district secretary share my letters with Bob Powers. So again, a good report. These decisions we're making will help us to become a railroad that is great and legendary. I ask that you leave with this. Always remember, BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I will assure you that the district secretary does provide your correspondence to the board and the officers. So thank you for those. Madam Secretary.
Roland LeBrun, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Foley. This is actually quite funny because I just resent you the letter with the FOI attachment that Director Saltzman requested. And together with that attachment is the original email that provided you with a complete breakdown that amounts to a $3.5 billion funding gap. So I thought I'd put that down there. But anyway, in the interest of time, I really want to thank you for being the backbone for all of us, and I hope that you will be joining us this evening when we continue this exciting BART extension conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun. I appreciate those comments. Any additional public comment? It doesn't appear as though we have any. Any board comments? Can we move on to board matters, I hope? So let's do that. Let's go ahead and move on to our last item before we go into closed session, which is board matters. We'll now take up board member reports, roll call for introductions and in memoriams. And I see that Director Ames, Dufty, and Allen and Rayburn have their hands. So let's start with Director Ames.
Just a shout out to Shane Edwards and the team. I complained about the status or the look of the South Hayward benches on the platform. They needed to be painted and refreshed, and the team did it the next day. Okay. And I was shocked that it's stunning. Those little things matter, those little tiny details, painting, litter cleanup. I mean, I could even, frankly, eat off the platforms. They're so clean. So I want to do a shout out to that team and Shane Edwards and the leadership, and just attention to detail matters. Thank you. And I appreciate all of your work to make the stations beautiful.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you so much. I wondered if the district secretary could prepare letters to congratulate and thank Congresswoman Jackie Speer for her incredible career and our appreciation for the partnership that she's had with BART most memorably the Gator Pass at San Francisco State University, but also her leadership on the baby bullet train for Caltrain and so many other transportation issues. And then as we heard earlier in Jim Light's report, that Assemblymember Jim Frazier is going to be stepping down later this year. It would be wonderful to acknowledge his contributions and leadership at the state level on behalf of the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Director Allen.
Thank you. I would second Director Dufty on those thank you letters to both of those people. So just some things that have been going on. I attended a Walnut Creek Chamber of Commerce open house. It's great to see our chambers of commerce now starting to come back to a little bit of normal, not complete normal, but they are getting people together, and it's great to see that. Walnut Creek Chamber has a new executive director, Bob Linscheid, and I know the community is really thrilled to have him come on board. The CCTA meeting, I'm an ex officio member of CCTA. That meeting was a few weeks back. But this week I had an actual one-on-one, a great conversation with the executive director of CCTA, Tim Hale, who's in really, I think he's maybe been in that position about a year, maybe not quite a year. And he went through his new plan. It's really a strategic plan for the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. It's called CCTA 4.0, and it really is a plan for the next 10 years because CCTA tends to do this about every 10 years. And some of the goals and the missions that he's developed are really just fantastic. He is really looking into the future of transportation and trying to maybe look at how we let go of some of the old and really transition into the new in Contra Costa County. So I'm really excited about his new plans. Let's see, as the general manager stated, I was on the East Bay EDA call with where Bob was a panelist. He did a great job. And then the BART redistricting meeting, I did listen in on that. I want everyone to make sure they know that everyone listening that's left, the BART redistricting information is on our website, and it is interesting to take a look at how the populations have changed and how we will need to redraw lines. I don't see a lot of change coming so far, but we'll see where that goes. And then the audit committee meets again on December 14th, and I have lined up our actuarial firm, Bartel and Associates. Mary Beth will be coming and presenting on the pension reports. I'm not sure, she may add in the OPEB, the actuarial reports from issued earlier this year. And of particular interest is recent changes in the assumed rate of return by CalPERS, and that will have an impact on our district. She does not have calculations of the exact numbers of those impacts, but she'll be talking about that. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, President Foley. I attended a couple of events. The Bay Area Council annual awards event had a keynote from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. That was a can't miss. And I also attended the Diridon Joint Powers Authority meeting on the November 19th. I want to raise an issue that first came about on my trip over to the Embarcadero for the Bay Area Council. I tried to use my phone in a Transbay tube, and it didn't work. And that's the first time in probably about 30 years since Chuck Ray aggregated our telephone service that you couldn't just keep your phone glued to your ear all the way through the Transbay tube. I would like to respectfully request that staff come back and report to the board on the cellular coverage along the BART tracks. Thank you.
Dr. Rabin, can I just intervene and update you on what's happening in the transmit tube? One of our service providers upgraded their power systems a few weeks ago, and it's causing some intermittent issues with one of the services. And staff has contacted them 2 weeks ago, and then we'll be reminding them again today. We are contacting T-Mobile as well as their contractor who maintains the system in the tunnels, and they should be coming out pretty soon to resolve that. But until that happens, we will be seeing some intermittent issues with the T-Mobile system in the tunnels.
I'm not certain that it's only T-Mobile. Some of the other customer comments we've received have indicated other service providers. So,
yes, Director, we will come up with a communication to the board in the future to give some background on the cellular system in our tunnels. If that's okay with you. Okay.
Good.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Rayburn, and thank you for the update. We would look forward to that update on the Transbay Tube cellular service, if there is one. And then let me just conclude with a couple of quick items for myself. I also was a member of and attended the redistricting meeting. One of the great things is that folks will have the ability to draw their own map tool, so they can actually create district maps that they can present to us. We are going to be having evening and weekend meetings to accept public input. And our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, December 15th at 6 p.m. Again, Wednesday, December 15th. I'm sorry if I said Wednesday, December 15th, 6 p.m. So mark your calendars accordingly. I'd like to publicly acknowledge David Coleman, Amelia Sandoval Smith, and BART's labor partners, John Arantes, Sal Cruz, Keith Garcia, Jesse Hunt, Olivia Rocha, and Jesse Seacon, to basically tell them thank you for your Herculean effort to implement this vaccine policy that the board has put forward. I truly appreciate the way in which you really approach this challenge, and I really want to thank you all for your efforts in moving this forward. And the last item for the GM, if you haven't heard already, more BART sweaters. So with that, I will let you know that let us take a brief break before we move into closed session. So we're going to enter closed session as listed on today's agenda, and the board will reconvene an open session at the conclusion of closed session. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment before we enter closed session?
Well, Roland just raised his hand.
All right.
Roland.
Well, actually, my hand was raised a long time ago, but it keeps coming down for some reason. But anyway, very briefly, it's a follow-up to the comment that Director Rayburn made about Diridan KPAB. I don't know if you can see my icon, this kind of green thing. This is what I presented at that meeting. It shows the full integration between the Caltrain, elevated tracks, and BART and the light rail. If you look, you can see the concourse, then the light rail, and the light rail is on top of BART. It's a direct replica of the Embarcadero station right there at Diridan on Santa Clara under the Caltrain tracks. Thank you and enjoy your closed session.
Thank you. All right, let's take 15 minutes and begin closed session at 2:25.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
There we go.
Madam Secretary, are we back on the record?
You're back on the record.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. The board has concluded its closed session and there is no announcements to be made. This meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and stay safe.